Well, good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the issues relating to advocacy services for veterans accessing compensation and income support. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. I am Senator Henderson, Chair of the committee, and I am joined by Senator Ghosh, Senator Collins, Senator McLaughlin remotely by video conference, and Senator Lambie. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I would now like to welcome representatives from the National Association for Veteran Advocacy, Life After Defence and Australian Veteran Health Services. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, Dr. Andrew Cronin, representing the Australian Veteran Health Services as a owner and medical practitioner for that service.
Thanks, Dr. Cronin.
Philip Jones-Hope, Legal Counsel for the National Association for Veteran Advocacy.
Thanks, Mr. Jones-Hope.
Kevin Chapman, Director of the National Association for Veteran Advocacy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. I'd now like to invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those statements, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr. Cronin, Dr. Cronin.
Not a problem, thank you. My name is Dr. Andrew Cronin, and I'm one of the founding medical practitioners at the Australian Veteran Health Services. I'd like to thank the committee I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to address the inquiry into the advocacy services for veterans accessing compensation and income support. Australians deeply value the service of this nation's veterans. We believe they deserve dignity, fairness and continuity of care. As health professionals, we share your commitment to ensuring veterans and their families receive the support that they need. But for me, this is also deeply personal. I began my career as an aeronautical engineer in the Royal Australian Air Force, serving with No. 2 Flying Training School, the Defence Material Organisation and 33 Squadron. After completing my medical degree at the University of Queensland, I worked at the Greenslopes Repatriation Hospital, where I first saw the unique health challenges faced by many servicemen and women after leaving the military. Later, whilst working as the only doctor in remote communities, I would often meet fellow veterans living with heartbreaking conditions. They didn't know where to turn. They looked at me not just as a doctor, but as someone who had also served. They needed better help, and I was in a position to provide it. That's why I joined with fellow veterans, also medical practitioners, to start AVHS, an organisation built from lived experience for those who are still living it. At AVHS, our multidisciplinary team includes GPs, occupational physicians, psychiatrists, nurses, psychologists and mental health clinicians, many of them veterans themselves. Healthcare for veterans, delivered by veterans. That is the credo at the heart of everything that we do. We are accountable as health professionals, bound by the standards of APRA, the Colleges of General Practice and Psychiatrists, the Australian Medical Association, the Medical Board and other professional bodies. Today, we operate clinics at Springfield in Brisbane, Door Park in South Australia and Deakin here in Canberra, as well as telehealth for those further afield. Veterans can walk into any of our clinics for a face-to-face appointment. No referrals, no red tape. Our services are always free, including support for DVA claims, because we are fully bulk billing and committed to removing barriers to care. Unlike referral-only services, we provide medical assessments, treatment and advocacy all under one roof. This ensures continuity of care as veterans navigate complex claims at a challenging time. Our model reduces stress, improves outcomes and keeps veteran at the centre of everything that we do. In our submission to this inquiry, we strongly supported lifting standards across the sector by 1. Banning commissions, contingency fees and misleading advertising. 2. Requiring all providers to meet clinical and ethical standards through frameworks such as the ATDP. And 3. The government acting urgently on outstanding recommendations from the 2019 Productivity Commission and its subsequent reviews. We recognise the challenges the Department of Veterans Affairs faces in balancing timely claims with responsible use of public funds, and we commend the committee for addressing these issues to improve health outcomes for veterans. AVHS shows that a best practice, accredited, clinician-led model can deliver ethical patient advocacy and continuity of care whilst protecting taxpayer funds and national security. We are here to assist in building systems that work in the interests of veterans and keeping them front and centre. I welcome any questions that you may have regarding our submission or our work with veterans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Cronin. Look, I'm just now going to go to Mr. Holmes, who's appearing via video conference and didn't introduce himself earlier. Mr. Holmes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
If you could just switch your camera on, could you just please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, my name is Trent Holmes and I'm the owner and founder of Life After Defence Advocacy.
And do you have an opening statement?
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones-Hope or
Yes.
Mr. Chapman, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Senators. On behalf of the Directors of the National Association for Veteran Advocacy, I would like to express our gratitude to the Committee for the opportunity to support the Committee's work in what must be, as a nation, one of our most important duties. That is to provide support to our veterans, the men and women and their families who have sacrificed so much without hesitation so we may live our blessed lives. NAVA is committed to achieving optimal outcomes for veterans by unifying and strengthening the veteran advocacy sector. Our mission places veteran rights, well-being and outcomes at the centre of all activities. Through professional standards, ethical oversight, accessible training and transparent fee structures, NAVA ensures the advocacy services operate within a regulated, accountable and veteran-focused framework. By fostering education, collaboration and governance and adhering to a comprehensive code of ethics, NAVA cultivates a culture of integrity, professionalism and excellence. NAVA is certain that the Committee will hear compelling evidence of systematic failures affecting our veterans. This is an undeniable reality. While some may seek to assign blame and continue historical failures through self-interest and non-viable solutions, NAVA takes a different view. NAVA believes in the importance of inclusivity and the contributions of all stakeholders in the veteran advocacy ecosystem. Together, we can develop a new, effective ecosystem that delivers for our veterans. NAVA marks a turning point for veteran advocacy. Although founded by private advocates, NAVA is an inclusive professional body seeking to grow its membership across all stakeholders in the veteran advocacy sector, including volunteers. By embedding governance, due diligence and robust professional standards, NAVA aims to provide consistency, sustainability and trust across all advocacy models. We're committed to collaborate with the Senate and other stakeholders to professionalise and regulate advocacy in a manner that protects veterans, strengthens the sector and ensures long-term capacity to deliver high-quality outcomes for those who have served Australia. Senators, NAVA would also ask the Committee to allow it to table a supplementary document marked Annexure A, which is attached to our opening statement, which I believe you have copies of in front of you. In a short time left, we would like to briefly draw the Committee's attention to the key points raised in that supplementary document. These points are consistent with and reflect long-standing recommendations from the 2018 Cornwall Review, the 2019 Productivity Commission and of course the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which all emphasise the benefits of a sustainable, professionalised advocacy supported by national standards and modern training. Firstly, volunteer capacity is overstretched. Private advocates have emerged as a vital complement to ESO volunteers, providing specialist expertise, critically required capacity and continuity of care. Research shows that only 1 in 5 new DVA claims are supported by an advocate, leaving most veterans to navigate complex processes alone at times when they're most vulnerable. Private advocacy has also expanded veterans' access to the Veteran Reviews Board, reducing unrepresented applicants while maintaining the board's non-adversarial nature. Despite progress, the advocacy sector as a whole remains fragmented, inconsistently regulated and trained. NAVA provides for a training framework to provide consistency across the sector and facilitate accreditation across the ecosystem. Senators, you will find in Annexure 1 2 case studies which are heart-wrenching but underscore the need for and the life-saving work our private members do on a daily basis. Finally, Senators, in the last moments, I'll hand over to my colleague, Mr Chapman, a veteran who has lived experience, who, as we were preparing these statements, spoke a few words to me which singularly focused my mind on what this was all about. And no matter what the submissions of the committee receive, these few words are what should guide us all.
Mr James Hope, we would just seek one opening statement from each organisation. Mr Chapman,
it's one paragraph.
do you have
Chair.
much?
No,
can you just provide a very brief statement?
Of course. Good morning, Senate. My name's Kevin Chapman. I'm a Director of NAVA and a veteran of the Royal Australian Air Force. I had the privilege of serving this great country overseas in both the Middle East and Africa, and through my service I made many friends. Unfortunately, not all the friends I made while serving are with us today, and that's largely due to the lack of support available when they needed it most. It's what inspired me to become a veteran advocate, and through my lived experience as both a veteran and an advocate, it has led to the birth of NAVA to continue supporting veterans in an ethical and transparent manner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to go to Senators for questions. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you very much. My initial questions are to NAVA. And they relate to fee-for-service advocacy organisations, so that'll be the focus of my questioning today. What proportion of your member organisations are, or the organisations that you would represent, are based overseas?
No, none. There's no organisations at no member organisations at this time are based overseas.
Are you aware of any of your member organisations utilising overseas services or service providers in order to deliver their services?
No, not that we're aware of, Senator.
There's a reference in your submission to fees charged and different ranges. Can I ask, what's the lowest fee that you're aware of one of your member organisations charging?
So I'll defer to Mr Chapman.
Thank you, Senator. I believe the lowest would be approximately 5% plus GST.
And what's the highest fee that you're aware of an organisation?
It's at 9% plus GST that I'm aware of.
9%, okay. And then what's the source of the 20 to 30% number that was referred to in Annexure 1, the supplementary submission?
Senator, a lot of those numbers, as you would appreciate, are anecdotal. What we hear with respect to is occurring within the ecosystem. None of our members have in the past nor intend to be in that range. But the reason that NAVA was brought together was that it was seen that there was really no transparency in that aspect of private advocacy, and the founding members were basically very focused on the fact that everything should be transparent, fair and reasonable, not treating everybody as a number, Senator. Different circumstances create different reasons why a fee should be between 5 or 9%, etc. The other important aspect is that all our founding members have quite a developed pro bono side of their business, whereby they, in many cases, they go above and beyond and they don't charge a fee for particular services. And once again, our terms of reference, our code of ethics, require anybody that is actually our members deal with actually sign up to our code of ethics with respect to that transparency.
So can I explore that anecdotal reporting of fees between 20 and 30%? Are you able to elaborate on that? And is that reporting from your members? Is it complaints received from veterans? What's the source of that?
I'll defer to Mr Chapman.
Sorry, Senator. I believe, as a veteran, as an advocate, that the 20 to 30% range comes from veterans that have received representation from alternate advocacy options there, where they may be billed on a fixed billing model, where it's based on, and this is purely my thoughts around it from what I've heard in the space, where it's based on the billable hours over the time it takes. Because again, it can take 18 to 24 months for a claim to be processed, and that doesn't then correlate to an outcome. If a veteran, for example, was to receive $100,000 in compensation, but the billable hours resulted in $20,000 to $30,000. That's where I believe the 20 to 30% come from. But again, circling back to NAVA, we have our code of ethics there that ensures that all fees are fair and reasonable. And if required upon, the members of NAVA will be asked to justify a fee that they have charged if questioned.
Are you aware either among your membership or more broadly within the service provision industry of contingency fee arrangements that are north of that 9%?
Sorry, Senator,
North of
that 9%?
I believe there are members that are not part of NAVA that may charge upwards around the 11%. I couldn't put my hand on heart and promise you that, but I believe there are others out there that have different modellings and different contingency-based.
Do you receive complaints from veterans about the fees charged by advocacy services?
As in does NAVA? Sorry, Senator.
Does NAVA, yes. Yeah.
Senator, we have a mechanism. We haven't received any complaints at this stage. Bear in mind, NAVA is only a new organisation, etc. At the moment, where the founding members are quite focused in building networks within the ecosystem, where those members will either join NAVA or agree to sign up to the Code of Ethics, whereby fees, etc., are very transparent and falls into that fair and reasonable position. Just going back to Mr. Chapman's comment on with respect to other players in this ecosystem, I'm General Counsel for NAVA, but I've got my own law firm, etc. There are players in this ecosystem very consistent with personal injury firms, as far as law firms are concerned, that do dabble in this area. My firm doesn't, but those firms sometimes work on that 20 to 30% no win, no fees situation, and that's where some of that information anecdotally comes from as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I'm going to be a little bit curt because I've got a limited amount of time left, but in terms of fees and incentives, are you aware of any incentives or bonus arrangements paid by fee for advocacy associations or organisations for volumes of claims generated or numbers of veterans signed up?
Senator, we are aware of that information. None of our members are involved in that, but we are aware of those claims or those assertions at this stage with respect to that type of activity. But that was the reason, to be honest, that and as I said, NAVA is only fairly recent, but one of the reasons and the motivations, I guess the core impetus for NAVA was to actually make sure that our founding members took a stance against that, and we're very open and transparent in regard to that aspect.
In terms of preferred medical provider arrangements, and I'll ask Nava and then you, Dr. Cronin, if you'll give your comment on this as well. Do any of your members utilise preferred medical practice arrangements? Are you aware of it happening in the industry more broadly? And are you aware of situations where the advocacy organisations receive a financial benefit from the medical organisation that they refer patients to, or potential patients to?
I'll defer to Mike.
Great question, Senator. Probably two parts to that. I am aware, I can definitely confirm that there is no one as part of NAVA that receives a kickback or any brown paper bags or under the table, payments, that may have been thrown around for arms. So there is definitely no kickbacks in this industry. There are obviously veteran-centric clinics that are set up because obviously the reporting from a DVA perspective is quite specific, quite litigious. So a lot of veterans will say, and a lot of veterans, I can speak for that myself, don't have a common GP or psychiatrist they go to. They say, hey, could you help me find someone to support me, not just through my claim, but moving forward. So there are multiple clinics out there, both GP-wise, psychiatry-wise, that do offer fantastic services, but no member of NAVA is engaged in any kickback scenarios. What was the second part of the question? Sorry.
Are you aware of anyone in the industry that's doing that in this space? Anecdotally or otherwise?
I couldn't say. I think we are aware of the reports, etc., within the industry. We have heard them, first and second hand. There's a number of reports out there at the moment. We don't have any information to confirm that, but we are aware of those reports, and we don't doubt that there are bad players in any sector. To give you just a tiny little bit more information. As I said, my law firm is not attached to any of the advocates, and on that point, I'm a member of NAVA, etc. I provide independent legal advice to veterans when they receive their determinations, etc. But I have nothing to do with any claims, etc. And we won't, because I've signed up to a code of ethics to basically say there's a conflict of interest policy there, and that's how we operate. So that's how NAVA has established itself, and will continue to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Gosh, and thank you for your representation of West Australian veterans as well. It's much appreciated. Very underrepresented in rural and remote areas of Western Australia, which is, far more spread out than Queensland, and we deal with Queensland a lot. In terms of fees and services and those sort of kickbacks that we're talking about, Australian Veterans Health Services, I've read through about 5 or 6 different governance requirements that we need to meet, including, ethical considerations, registration requirements. These are annual things that we need to meet on a regular basis. We're also a fully accredited general practice as well, which we need to go through a review every 3 years. If we partook in any of these practices, we'll be struck off personally and we'd be put out of business and we're unable to be registered. So we don't partake in any of these. I am of the understanding that we have been offered kickbacks by providing patient lists to organisations that want to prescribe particular medications, but they're not medical companies, they're other companies, so they're outside the realms of the clinical governance required for medical organisations. We don't have further conversations with them. We put that to bed straight away. So we abide by our governance requirements. We know they're out there. Generally speaking, we don't have a reputation in the industry to be taking those sort of kickbacks and referrals because it's illegal under what we do, and we can't operate if we did it. I can't speak for other organisations out there.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Ghosh. Senator Lambie.
Oh, thank you. How long did you do at Greenslopes?
I did 3 years.
Jeez,
Yeah.
you're still standing. Good on you.
It was mainly war widows, and saw a lot of them. So
Okay,
yeah.
right. Not getting a lot of the newer ones through, like those. I know that bit of Afghanistan's over. How is that holding in those mental health services there, or they just can't get that far?
Yeah, so the problem was I worked in the main hospital part where people with gold cards were able to have full access to the hospital.
See.
But most of the contemporary veterans only had a white card and mental health conditions. So they were down at the Keith Payne unit.
Yeah,
so
okay.
if they got sick, we would actually go down as interns and junior doctors to see them, but then we'd have to call an ambulance for them to be sent over to either the Mater Hospital or the PA Hospital. Right. So we couldn't even treat them at a facility. It was literally across the road. It was very heartbreaking and frustrating.
Do you know if that's been eliminated and fixed, that problem?
No, it hasn't, because if you've only got a white card and mental health conditions on it, then you won't be able to get treatment for those other conditions if you don't have a gold card. One of the major problems is you've got a whole bunch of older veterans coming through, and they're going to have cardiovascular conditions, which is going to require their entry to hospital. Cardiovascular conditions are very hard to get through as a liability from DVA. So unless you've got the gold card, you're probably not going to have a cardiovascular condition on your white card. So the problem is still there.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that was a problem. Okay. So let me get this right. So if I come and see you, I've got no idea. I've just left Defence. I come to you, and you can organise the transition. You can organise those medical documents from Defence.
Correct.
Okay. How long is that taking you?
It depends. But generally the veteran will request it themselves, so it depends on how motivated they are. But we're finding anywhere from 4 weeks to 12 weeks, and we have no idea what makes a difference between 4 and 12.
So they're not giving those medicals from the day that they're supposed to be doing it now, Defence, where the day that they leave and get discharged, their medical documents go with them on a disc. That is not happening still?
My understanding and what we've seen in our practice is we get a discharge summary.
Yeah.
So I think it's called a PM 533, but I'll have to check what the document is. And that's a summary of a discharge summary, and that's also a handover. I know Bupa are funded to provide GPs to do a transition medical where you transfer all of that information on the discharge summary, so not the whole disc or anything like that, but just on the discharge summary onto your own practice management software, and then you continue to take over the care of the veteran from there.
All right, and how switched on is Bupa doing that, just quietly? I've had a lot of complaints about them, so can you just go into that? I've had a lot of complaints about them, mate.
I have no idea. Sorry.
That's all right.
Because what we don't chase Bupa, right? We don't have an agreement with it. We are preferred provider, but that's the way it has to be, or else we can't get those referrals through. And that's a contractual agreement between Bupa and Defence. It's nothing to do with us, but we need to be listed for them. Generally, we find that a lot of veterans don't even bother with the transition medical because they're very disappointed at
Are they getting lower scores inside, are they? Are they getting lower scores inside Defence before they get out? Is this their money saving? Is it? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm not sure about that either. I do know that most of the veterans that engage with us generally come and see us after they've discharged or prior to that point of getting the transition medical.
Okay, how long have you had this set up? How long is this Australian Veteran Health Service? I know you said you haven't been going long. Was that sorry if that was on your document? How long have you guys been together?
We're not together.
No,
we're complete separate organisations.
Yeah, separate organisations.
Okay, so you're the Veteran Health Services though?
Yeah, Australian Veteran Health Services. Yeah, we're an independent medical practice.
Okay, so there's just you here representing them. That's
correct.
Fine. Okay, so you're doing the transition medical. Sometimes if you have to ask for those documents, you're waiting up to 2 months.
3
months, sorry. You're also doing the permanent impairment
assessments.
Assessments, yep. Do you? How long have you had this going for?
We opened doors in August 2021.
Right.
But we'd been talking about this during COVID. We obviously didn't open during COVID because of the risk of opening a medical practice during that time.
So how long have you been back on your feet? And actually, you'd say you've got a fair, you're fairly, on traction now. You're moving.
Yes.
Has that just been the last couple of years, has it?
Yeah, so, I mean, we've been going, obviously, since August 2021 and been growing steadily in that time.
Right.
We're now at the stage where we've been able to open up practices at Door Park at the Repat Hospital down in Adelaide.
Yeah.
And also we've got a practice here in Deakin as well.
Okay, what's the load look like at the moment? Is that load, where does it sit from where you're looking?
We're at capacity with our... with our services, which is why we've expanded out, and we've got a waiting list.
Oh, how many's on your waiting list? Do you mind me asking?
Can I get back to you on that one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, okay. And what about... So basically you're doing everything the Veterans Hubs are supposed to be doing. This is how the Veterans Hubs are supposed to look.
We are actually working out of the Veterans Hub at Door Park in Adelaide.
Oh, thank you. Right, okay, they've got you in there. Okay, that's great. Is that working out okay with that Veterans Hub in there with DVA and that?
It appears to be working quite well.
And that's open 5 days a week?
It's open 5 days a week.
Okay.
But since we are a accredited medical practice, we do have to provide deputising after-hours care and treatment. So we do have other organisations that will see veterans out of hours if they're in crisis as well on our behalf.
Okay, and just one last question. Open Arms. So you're delivering their psychological services from your own thing. You're not sending them to Open. Well, okay, right.
Oh no, we.
Sorry,
veterans have the choice to go wherever they like. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, but you've got your own.
But we also have our own psychological services.
Okay.
And the main load that we provide at the moment is to help them on the veteran journey through the DVA process.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. Mr Jones-Hope, which organisations does NAVA represent, please?
The Veteran First Consulting, Tactical Advisory Group and Military Claims. Those three corporate founding members represent the majority of private advocacy work with respect to the veteran space. So while there's only 3 founding members, they have a significant share of the private advocacy sector.
So are there any other members despite...
Then you've got ancillary members such as my own legal firm is a member, so I am a member, so I sign up to the Code of Ethics, etc., in regard to having any referrals with respect to independent advice on determinations. I know the members are currently working on looking at medical providers, etc., and to get them once again have conversations in regard to making sure that they sign up to our Code of Ethics, etc. But those 3 founding corporate members have, I know Veteran First Consulting have 60 staff, and each of those staff are members as well.
All right, could we have a full list of your members, please, on notice?
If we could take it on notice.
Could I also ask for your code of conduct? Because
yes.
just because you've got a code of ethics,
Yes, code of ethics. And
it doesn't mean that just because you've got a code of ethics that you're doing the right thing by veterans. Because I just want to say very clearly that this committee has heard, and including in the previous parliament, very concerning evidence that veterans are being ripped off. And a commission of 9% does not mean that veterans are being cared for or that that's a fair and appropriate deal. So how do you justify these flat commissions?
Senator, appreciate the question. As far as the percentage is concerned, as I said to Senator Gosh, the 9% is a ceiling, not a ceiling, but a top end. It's each of our founding members are committed to also pro bono work, etc. That is done at no charge. One of the reasons, Senator, may I say, that NAVRA is only new is that the founding members identified exactly what you were saying in regard to veterans not receiving services and being, to use your words, ripped off. And that was the founding reason why NAVRA came together to ensure that sort of that to be transparent when it comes and be fair and reasonable.
But hang on, Mr. Phillip, this is not transparent. Veterans are not being told what services are being provided. They're not being told what they can expect by way of a payment. So a veteran who might receive a payment of $500,000 or $600,000 is suddenly being hit with fees of up to $50,000 or more than $50,000. There's no transparency on the services that are provided. Now, you're a lawyer,
yes.
Mr. Jones-Hope. You cannot operate like that as a lawyer.
Absolutely, Senator.
And you must enter into a legal costs agreement. You must tell your clients how much they're expected to secure by way of payments.
Yes.
You must be fully transparent about how you operate, the hourly fees that you charge. I would put to you that many fee-for-service providers are not only not being transparent, they are blatantly ripping off veterans.
Senator, if I may respond to that, I absolutely don't disagree with you in regard to a general statement. What I can tell you is that I have no affiliation with any of the founding members apart from independent work. What I can say to you is that each one of the founding members 100% have those sort of transparent fee arrangement agreements with every one of their veteran clients, that their fee structures are transparent. That is not to say, Senator, and I don't disagree with you, that there is others in the ecosystem that don't have those arrangements, but I can absolutely tell you, to your point, I'm a lawyer, I understand what you're saying, I can absolutely tell you that the founding members, each and every one of them, have transparent fee structures, agreements and communications with their veterans, and that was one of the reasons. I agree with you. You can have a code of ethics and it can mean nothing, or you can have a code of ethics, and the code of ethics was actually attached to our original submission, Senator, that we put to you, as was our mission statement, and each and every one of them was veteran-centric and transparent.
Mr. Jones-Hope, I would put to you, and NAVRA has previously provided a submission to this committee in the last parliament where you did not endorse a commission-based fee. Now, you've now switched and changed your position. I'd put to you that the commission-based fees are leading to perverse outcomes. They are leading to situations where veterans are being grossly ripped off. They've got no understanding about what's to come down the track. These claims can often take years, and just saying we're going to charge 9 or 12 or 20% commission is just not good enough. So why has NAVRA changed its position in relation to formally opposing commission structures, and now you're endorsing them?
Okay, well, just a point of clarification, Senator, NAVRA hasn't changed its position. That original submission was done under Vespia, who we do work with. The original submission was done under Vespia. NAVRA has not changed its position when it comes to the commission.
Well, you've got a new organisation, and there's all these shifting sands.
Vespia is still an organisation, Senator, and I believe that they're appearing before the committee in the next session. And we still have a working relationship with Vespia.
So do you support commissions?
Yes.
Right, okay. So So what I would put to you that your organisation is supporting is a system which is systemically ripping off veterans, and that is not good enough.
I'll defer to my colleague in a minute, but I would, with the greatest respect, Senator, I would disagree with you. But I'll let Mr Chapman respond to that. So,
Senator, I appreciate your line of questioning and obviously your concerns. We obviously share them as well at NABA, which is why we have established the fair and reasonable pricing model that we talk about. The reason that contingency-based fees is so appreciated by our clients is because it's peace of mind. If they get through the claims process, and a lot of veterans have gone through the claims process where they've had 80 plus conditions submitted, they've gone through the entire rigmarole, taken 2+ years and got to the very end of it, and everyone but the veteran knew that compensation wasn't possible because the provider or the support there went down a different avenue for their own reasons. The reason why fee for service and contingency works so well, and I do agree with you, 12%, 20% is outrageous. However, the reason veterans love it is because there's no risk to them. If they get $100,000 in compensation, they're getting charged a small percent of it. They do end up hitting the higher end, and in our onboarding and in our conversation throughout the entire claims process, the veteran asks questions and is made aware of how much you could potentially receive.
Mr Chapman, with respect, if the advocacy service has done $10,000 of work and receives a commission of $50,000 or $60,000, that is a massive cost to the veteran. So please don't mischaracterise what is going on with some of these organisations.
I can't speak for other organisations, Senator. I can only speak for the members of NABA, and I can assure you that we're fair and reasonable and transparent with our clients.
Well, if you were fair and reasonable and transparent with your clients, do you provide hourly rates for your services? Do you give an estimate as to total amount of time spent on each case?
We do explain to our veterans that a claim can take 18 to 24 months. It all depends on how fast we get through the thing. So
Are you transparent about how much you provide by way of services to each veteran?
Yes, we are. We tell them that we're available Monday through Friday.
No, that's rubbish. I'm sorry, Mr Chapman. Do you advise veterans how much time is spent on their case on an hourly basis?
I'll defer to...
No, I'm asking you, Mr Chapman.
As in, do we advise... So can you repeat the question again? Do we advise them...
Are you transparent about how many hours of service is provided to each veteran?
We are transparent on how much work goes into it. Again, it comes down to...
No, can I ask that specific question? Do you provide the veterans with the number of hours that are spent on their cases?
Well, not all the claims are the same, Senator. So you can't tell one veteran... You can't just have a blanket answer for all veterans. So not one...
Mr Chapman, I'm sorry, that's not the case. If you spend 10 hours a week working on a particular case for a veteran, you are very capable, or an organisation is very capable, of disclosing how much time is spent per veteran. Do you do that? Do your organisations do that?
I was just going to say, so would it help the committee if we turned around and provided on notice?
It would help the committee if... It would help the committee if you answered the question, please. So I take it the answer... hang on. You are here to give...
Information is provided to the veterans in regard to an agreement with
Mr Jones-Hope, I'm going to stop you there. You're here to give truthful evidence.
Yes.
If you know the answer, could I please ask you to give the answer to my question?
There's not a single answer, though, because not one claim if a veteran claims for tinnitus only, that'll take a lot less time than if you claimed for 20 conditions.
I didn't ask that.
But you're asking me to tell you a time per week and then tell the veteran up front, I'm going to spend this amount of hours on a claim.
No, I'm not saying up front. I'm saying, is there an estimate about the time spent on a case, and is the veteran provided with that information so that they have transparency about how much work is going into their claim?
The veteran is provided with a cost agreement at the start of the engagement with respect to any one of our member firms.
That's for legal services.
That is for the services of the advocacy. It is impossible to turn around and provide an estimate based on the information before the committee.
Mr Jones-Hope, I haven't got a lot of time, so I'm going to be very quick. I'm not asking that. I'm asking, do your members provide veterans with information as to how many hours are spent on their cases? It's a very simple question.
At the start or during the process? Sorry, Senator.
Once, both an estimate and also once that time has been...
So an estimate at the very beginning can't be provided?
So you don't... So basically, and the concerns that have been raised with our committee, if a veteran pays a $50,000 fee, they do not know how many hours are spent on their case by their advocacy organisation.
Well, if they ask for the numbers, we can defer and get back to you and work out how long it takes the average claim and how many hours I spend. I don't have the exact number.
I think we're going round in circles.
No,
I think I'm going to
just to clear, those numbers are available.
Mr. Jones, I'm not going to stay on this issue anymore because I am going to go to Dr. Cronin. Dr. Cronin, what's your attitude towards commission-based fees?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the question and thank you for the support you give to your local electorate down in Victoria and especially down in Geelong. It is a marginalised area and I grew up in the Werribee area as well, so I know there is a lot of veterans down there, so thank you for your work in that area. First and foremost, I can't speak for the paid advocacy models because I don't know them. We don't operate one. What I do know is what we can talk about with our model, which is basically a medical-based model. So we've got all the clinical governance in place, which I've already spoken about, and the standard of clinical governance that we have to provide on an annual basis is phenomenally high. We also have continuation training. We're also qualified to do work cover assessments and also qualified to do permanent impairment assessments. In terms of the funding model, we're 100% bulk billed service, so every veteran comes and gets seen under their white card, gold card, or direct billing for services directly requested by DVA. The veteran is not out of pocket for any of the services that we provide. We do not directly deal with DVA as an advocacy service. We provide ethical and patient advocacy as we would normally do as a medical practice. In terms of advocacy, we are finding that veterans can approach us. We can certainly do their diagnosis, their original their diagnosis, their links to service, provide those original reports to DVA, and then we can either give that to the veteran to upload themselves, or if they are represented by an advocate, either paid or unpaid, it doesn't matter to us. We're very agnostic to that. We can provide that information to the veteran, then the veteran provides that to their advocate for uploading. So it doesn't really matter how we deal with the advocates in that sort of respect.
Okay.
Yep.
Dr. Cronin, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure.
We're just going to have to move through our questions pretty quickly. Can I just also ask, Mr. Holmes, could you please respond to the concerns that I've raised in relation to commission-based fee structures, including whether the concern is that this is a perverse incentive to maximise the number of claims that are submitted by advocacy organisations, which of course then potentially increases commissions paid?
Yeah, I could definitely answer your questions, and I'm pretty much hated within the DVA community, well, by DVA and some advocates, because I do speak the truth, and I will tell you how it is. I don't, nor do I believe any other advocacy tracks how many hours they will spend on a case. I personally can't, because I run LAD by myself. I have no employees. I have, I think, over about 243 veterans at the moment, and it is just ongoing all the time. So I cannot track it. However, I could if it became a regulation. Can't speak for others, but I would almost put my hand on my heart and say no one tracks it, if that helps clear that answer.
Thank you.
With the commission-based, I think it would be a safer bet to keep a commission base. I agree with you that I think 9% plus GST is absolutely ridiculous. The only fear of going to a fixed fee is what you just presented with. If it is going to be a fixed fee of, say, $1,000 per claim, then I believe advocates would exploit that and go, okay, cool, I'm going to claim for ingrown toenail. I'm going to claim for tinea. All these superficial claims that isn't needed, and you could charge $1,000 each. That's the fear I have with going to a fixed fee structure, is that you would have superficial claims like that to add more money, but also to that would then clog up the DVA system as well, so which is what is already happening.
So what's the solution to preventing veterans being ripped off?
Personally, I think straight up, transparency. I believe I was one of the first ones ever to put my fee structure and qualifications on my website. The reason why I did this is because I went onto the social media pages and asked the veteran community, what do they kind of want to see from their advocates? What information do they want straight up? So they're not getting put into a meeting and feeling trapped in a corner, not knowing the fee structure. talking to these advocates, and then all of a sudden a contract's put in front of them and they're kind of getting forced to sign it.
What about, can I just ask, sorry to cut in, I know it's a bit tricky when you're appearing via video conference. What about a fixed fee per veteran? Do you think that would work?
I definitely think a fixed fee would work, yep. The only issue with the fixed fee per one would be if you only had one single fixed fee, it would be unfair for one veteran who does a fixed fee for just tinnitus claim versus another veteran that did the same fixed fee for, bilateral knees, shoulders, thoracolumbar, hearing loss, mental health, ED, all them kind of things. So again, then with that fixed fee structure, it would be fair for the one putting in 10 or 12 claims versus the one that's just putting in tinnitus, paying the same. That would be where I think a discrepancy would come in. If you have a look at my submission, I believe I was the only one that went out and actually asked the veteran community what they want. And I did this via a survey because I do have a ESO background and I have a paid background now being a professional paid advocate. I asked in my submissions to the community, because at the end of the day, we're here for the community. We're not here for ourselves. Why didn't you go to an ESO? Why did you choose a paid? Do you think the fees are fair? What are the positives? What are the negatives? So if you go through them submissions, I think I uploaded 30 or 40 of them. I had a lot more, but I ran out of time because the end date.
Thanks very much, Mr Holmes. Look, I'm going to hand over to Senator McLaughlin. I appreciate we're just running very short for time, but I'll give the call to Senator McLaughlin appearing by video conference.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Senator McLaughlin. Over to you.
I just have a couple of questions for the National Association for Veteran Advocacy. I'm interested in the Code of Ethics. If there's a complaint against a member or an employee, where does that go under the Code of Ethics? To the association itself?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, in the first instance, it goes to the Board of Directors, and then the Board of Directors are required to have that investigated and also independently investigated.
Have you had any investigations to date or complaints?
Not at this stage, Senator, and that's a factor of that it's only a new organisation. And once again, the reason for the organisation coming together and the impetus behind that was the fact that our founding members did see these sort of things occur and hear certain complaints, and as a consequence, wish to pull together a professional not-for-profit body that would deal with these correctly.
Have you made any decisions on how you will investigate? Is it on a case-by-case basis, or you've developed some standard operating procedures if a complaint comes in?
There actually is a policy with respect to handling complaints, which we would be happy to provide on notice to the Senate, to the committee, but it would be obviously on a case-by-case basis because facts and circumstances are obviously important.
I'd be interested in your policy, so could you please provide that?
Absolutely, Senator. So
is it automatic that every employee of a member is subject to the code?
Yes, Senator, it is.
I appreciate your evidence that you are a solicitor, therefore subject to your own professional rules.
Correct.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. Are the other members law firms? I haven't had an opportunity to look at the status of your members.
No, Senator. The other members are the founding members, which are veteran advocacy providers.
Right. And if you are a member and therefore subject to the Code of Ethics, you are still free to enter into your own contract with a veteran as opposed to a template agreement. I'm thinking of other associations like real estate where they may require a template sales agreement?
Yeah, that's a great question, Senator. Currently, at the moment, each of the individual founding members have their own agreements. There's no standard template agreement with respect to NAVA at this stage, but on the same token, as part of the Code of Ethics, as part of the conflict of interest policy, it is a matter under consideration as to ensuring that even the ability to be able to enter individually, the terms of those agreements must meet the fair and reasonable test and be transparent, and obviously be a matter that can be considered with respect to NAVA as the organisation.
As a practicing lawyer, what do you consider a fair and reasonable contract with a veteran? What do you charge, and how do you contract? Do you?
Well, I guess that's a two-part question, Senator. So the first thing would be, as I was commenting to the Chair, each of the organisations do have their own contract with the veteran. It's transparent. It's done up front. There is not an ability to be able to do an estimate, because you'll see examples where they've come from ESOs or 2 years, etc. It's an unknown quantity. But as previous provided to Thin, I don't think anyone tracks it as a matter of course, but that information is available and would be available if once it was regulated to be provided. As far as your comment with respect to myself, I'm a law firm. I charge an hourly rate, and then I enter into a cost agreement and an engagement letter as required by the solicitor's rules.
Yeah.
What's the hourly rate, Mr.
My hourly rate?
Yep.
It's $500 plus GST an hour.
Thank you.
And discounted to a daily rate if someone contracts a day to $3,000 a day.
Yeah. Just from a perspective of what's reasonable, because one of the things that's before us is what is reasonable, and how the market is operating with servicing veterans. It could be argued, as it is in the legal profession in some jurisdictions, such as my own in South Australia,
yes,
that commissions are unhealthy.
Yes.
Because they drive particular behaviours. And in many jurisdictions, lawyers such as us cannot charge commission. Can I have your reflections on that, given this is not necessarily an industry which has everyone under the professional practice rules and a practicing certificate?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Great question. Look, in our profession, contingency fees, etc., as you pointed out, in some cases are not allowed per se, and others they're not really something that you would enter into. I think it's if we look at, there was a comment about fixed fees. Fixed fees could be actually unfair and an unfair arrangement for a veteran, where they may only have, I think the previous witness, Mr. Holmes, suggested where there's one or two ailments or conditions, and the veteran is still up for the same fixed fee. There's also, as you would know in the profession, there's also a lot of comment around 6-minute billable minutes, etc. When it comes to fair and reasonable fee structure, I think the first thing is that the fee structure is transparent and the information is available to the veteran. At the end of the day, as I said in my opening statement, 1 in 5 DVA claims have support, etc. So what on that basis, there is a critical capacity requirement. NAVA is not about turning around and suggesting that that private advocacy is the way that everything should be going. It's an ecosystem that requires and needs to respect all elements and stakeholders and what they bring to the table. The great work our friends here do, etc. But we are not, the members of NAVA have committed to forming NAVA on the basis that they saw an issue, and part of the tenet of the basic tenet of our Code of Ethics is transparency in regard to our fee structures.
Senator McLaughlin, sorry, just last question, if you could, please.
Yep, no, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your tolerance. This is one for anyone at the table. The evidence that we've heard this morning is that advocacy is necessary. It could take a long or a short period of time. Does anyone have any reflections how the system itself could be made simpler to reduce the need for advocates or the extent of the advocacy? It's more a philosophical question, but it strikes me that there are two sides. The need for advocacy, maybe the legislation is too complicated. I leave that to anyone who wants to make a parting comment in this session.
Do you right if I have a go at that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. Great question. I believe that there will always be a need for advocacy, regardless of the simplicity or the complexity of a DVA claim, and that largely comes down to, in my opinion, a veteran wants to know that they need support, or if they're struggling and they need someone on the phone, there's someone there. So, in answer to your question, I can't foresee any legislation or any place there where advocacy is not in the veterans, not an option for the veteran's best interest. That's probably where I sort of sit on the fence with that one.
Yeah, I can comment. So I think advocacy certainly has a role in the veterans. So advocates are professionals and professionally trained through the ATDP to represent or to liaise with DVA on behalf of the veterans. So I think there's certainly a role to play. I think in terms of regulation, I've already spoken several times about how heavily regulated my industry is. I think there is a model there and there is a place in the advocacy space to have the same level of regulation as what we are subjected to as medical practitioners in the advocacy space. So whether that's something like accreditation every 3 years, continuing professional development every year, proper registers, schedule of fees like we're subjected to with Medicare item numbers, work cover fees, there's certainly that solution out there, and it already exists in our industry. It sounds like it exists in the legal industry as well. So there is legislation, there are schedules of fees, and there's certainly a place for advocacy, but how that looks moving forward, that's up to the committee to recommend.
Thanks, Dr. Cronin.
Sorry,
Senator.
I've got one quick one if you've got a second.
Yes, to you, Mr. Holmes, very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. I believe we're focusing, well, some advocates are focusing too much on compensation. My belief is advocacy is not just about compensation, and this is one of the reasons why I left the ESOs. When we're helping veterans, it's not just about claims. There's other things that we need to help them with, which is such as travel claims, DOHAs, household services, incapacity claims, veteran claims. There's a multitude of entitlements, education schemes that we need to be helping the veterans with. Not only that, advocacy is about not helping the veterans that you've signed up, it's about helping the community. So just the other day, I did almost a year's worth of study to change the hearing SOP for veterans Australia-wide. So I ended up doing research and finding that the information that RMA had was wrong. So I got the hearing minimum threshold dropped from 25 decibels down to 20 decibels. Now that's going to help every single Australian veteran in Australia. That was all free. I did it on my own back, took 10 months of studying peer-reviewed research, sent it all to the RMA. 10 months later, the RMA agreed. That's what I believe advocacy is. It's not just about compensation. It's a holistic approach.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm now going to very briefly hand over to Senator Collins, bearing in mind that we are running over time. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very quick. I just wanted to bring it back to something that you said before, Mr. Jones-Hope, that fee structure is transparent. It should be transparent. Talked a lot about your ethics and transparency. At any point in the informal or formal engagements with the veterans, is there any kind of discussion, the letter of engagement and the cost of agreement, any kind of discussion about the load of the work? We heard about it before, but that it could be as little as a couple of forms being filled in and a couple of emails being forwarded to 18 months worth of a lot of work. Is there any discussion along the way about the variances in the services provided?
Do you want to take that?
Thank you for your question, Senator. There is definitely discussion at the beginning and all throughout the process. So at the beginning of when a client or a veteran engages with a private sector firm, there is a very clear understanding of the left and right of it all, and then throughout the entire process. So a veteran may submit a claim, at the very start and maybe for a few conditions. And often we see a veteran will go through the process, get 2 or 3 months in, want to submit again, want to submit again, want to submit again. They go, actually, I've got niggles here, you know, my mental health. You know, a lot of veterans don't want to speak about their mental health until they feel supported through the process. So they'll reach out halfway through a claims process and want to submit another claim, which again, completely support it and discuss it with them and offer all the supports there. Sorry, I forgot where I was going with. What was the exact question again?
No,
Sorry,
that's helpful, thank you. Okay. And just very quickly, how many pro bono clients? You mentioned that before. How many pro bono clients are there?
All clients that are under the representation of members of NAVA, they all have access to pro bono. So pro bono can be as simple as a veteran has a condition that's accepted, they're unable to complete domestic chores around the house. It's assisting them with a household services application to make sure they get the support they need. A veteran might not be able to work due to a DVA accepted condition. It's getting the income support available to them. All these things are available to them at a moment's notice when they reach out to us. And that's all just part of the package to ensure that they are supported, not just through the DVA claim and not just getting to the bottom line, but during the claim and after the claim, they have, and then it's making sure they're, you know, in touch and getting the right referrals to get the right treatment they need as well.
Just on that, Senator, just to
I'm sorry,
close.
can I just ask for clarification? How many pro bono clients do your members have? If you don't know that answer, could you provide that on notice, please?
Yes, we will.
Yes,
because just providing a few services here and there does not mean that they are a pro bono client, which means, of course, the services are provided at no charge.
Yeah.
Of course, I could provide that at notice if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Could I just add a little bit to that before providing it notice? Is that okay? Or do I'm not sure.
Yes, very briefly.
Very briefly. A lot of veterans will reach out for the pro bono stuff during the claims process. They'll get to a certain stage of the claims process and they are now eligible to receive that pro bono and that assistance, which we make them aware of that at the time. It's like, hey, you've now reached this level. How are you going in the wellbeing space of this area?
So it's effectively not pro bono, really, is it? Because they're paying for the fee up front or the commission. So they're paying for something.
They're paying for the process. Sorry, Senator, to interrupt. They're paying for the support through the DVA claims process, but the completion and making sure that the household service application, the incapacity application, all this goes to the veteran and all to DVA for support.
Sorry, are you getting paid for financial advices too? Are you using that loop in DVA where it's about $2,500? And as legal representatives, okay, you know about that, do you? That you can use that loop for $2,500. It basically, you're saying we're giving them legal advice and financial advice. I'm getting a lot of that going on when you're not even financial counselling.
No, of course, no member of NAVA. Sorry.
Well, sorry, I am a member of NAVA, and actually I separately provide some independent advice, which I directly from the veterans come to me.
And you charge Veterans Affairs for that?
Yes.
And you put that on your record when you've charged the veteran that's what's been charged on that?
Yeah, 100%. There's an amount there. We just charge what we've done, etc. In regard to that aspect. Yeah, there are, and actually that's quite an important aspect of the whole determination, Senator. There's a number of questions there which the veterans need to actually understand the left and right of art. That's why my personal view is that our law firm would have nothing to do with claims, because I don't see how you could be you wouldn't be conflicted out if you did the claims work and then you were providing advice in regard to independent with respect to that claim. It's how are you independent? So there's a number of questions that the veteran needs to consider before they accept that determination or that compensation that are quite critical to their future, and I do provide advice on that.
So just back to the question on notice, I guess it would be that the number of pro bono clients, but those people that are receiving pro bono services, could we also get an indication of how much commission they're paying in order to be able to get the advice to get to the services to get to where they're going, please?
Absolutely, Senator. Yep.
And just to clarify, it doesn't sound like there are any clients who receive just pro bono services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If a veteran does reach out, though, Senator, and say, I've completed my DVA claim, I'm fully compensated, but I need assistance, they will still get assistance at no cost.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for your evidence today. We would appreciate if responses to questions on notice could be provided by 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 7th of October, and including any of the documents that we have sought. And Mr Holmes, could I now ask you to disconnect from the video conference? You can continue to observe the hearing through the Parliament's website. And again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Australian Veteran Advocacy and Operational Legal Australia.
I'll just read it. Yeah, you'll need to know it. Yeah, because I've thrown them in the dirt like they've gone to leave. Yeah. I'll need to put it down. Take me about 1 minute to just read through this so you've got it all. Okay.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Starting with Mr James.
Paul Raymond James, Principal of Operational Legal Australia, Solicitor.
Michael Bainbridge, Solicitor, Operational Legal Australia.
Robert Forsyth, Director of Australian Veteran Advocacy.
Carissa Ebbett, Director of Australian Veteran Advocacy.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement representing each organisation, just the one statement please. And at the conclusion of any remarks, we will go to questions from senators.
Thank you, Senators.
Mr James.
Thank you, Senators. I'd like to first acknowledge veterans that are here in this room today, including Senator Lambie and everyone else and my colleagues, and also those that are watching remotely. We made a submission, and I appreciate the invite to come here to the Senate, and we titled it, "The Parliament has treated veterans as second-class citizens." At our firm, as a veteran, myself and Mick started many years ago, we're dedicated to improving the support services available to current and former members of the Australian Defence Force. We have assisted hundreds of veterans successfully complete compensation claims and under the three pieces of legislation, and thus have a wealth of experience, both our own lived experience but also as solicitors, in helping those. We've seen the benefits and drawbacks of the current system and have spoken at length about improvements that can be made. Our submission is based off that experience and knowledge. In Australia, we have two classes of injured workers. One class is those who served in the Australian Defence Force, who we refer to as veterans. The other class being the majority of Australians who have access to free legal representation for injuries sustained in the workplace. Whilst the nature of military service is unique, especially in times of war and conflicts, the majority of the injuries occur within the confines of Australia. A sailor, soldier or airman injured or a woman are injured to get, they usually go to a ex-service organisation and they're assisted by the fine many unpaid volunteer advocates. And there's also some of these ESOs have paid salary advocates, but they offer a free service. Or they can engage a fee-for-service advocates that charge percentages on the lump sums. Or they can engage solicitors. Or finally, they can do it themselves. The overwhelming majority of claims submitted are done by non-legally qualified advocates who are well-intended but do not understand or appreciate the complexity of the legal system, of the legal issues that a veteran may encounter. When a veteran accepts a permanent impairment lump sum under MERCA, for instance, they are assigning the way potential for larger rights of compensation and support. And the same has happened for those who have accessed the Defence Abuse Redress Scheme, receiving a maximum of $50,000 payment for sexual assault. If a veteran is raped in the ADF, is it appropriate for them to receive a small lump sum payment, especially if other factors such as negligence existed, and yet the veteran legislation limits those rights and what damages can be sought? OLA has seen many veterans who have engaged non-lawyers such as advocates, both volunteered, paid and fee-for-service, these veterans have been diagnosed with PTSD as a result of sexual violence. Whilst a sexual assault victim survivor may be reluctant to pursue damages in a court, that a lawyer could assist with, the choice and the legal advice should be provided them before they accept a PI lump sum. It is evident from our own experience that many veterans are left with limited compensation because they do not receive legal advice prior to accepting PI payments. One option is for us that we've considered, and others in the legal profession, is to litigate advocates, both fee for and ESO advocates, who have provided that information and advice without assisting the client. We have a situation whereby DVA, perhaps more than the ADF, have more information in their records of sexual perpetrators in the ADF, because DVA holds, through psych compensation claims, the names, the details of events of sexual violence in the ADF. Neither DVA or advocates should decide the fate or the entitlements of a sexual assault victim survivor. Why does a school teacher, a social worker, a builder, a train driver, a paramedic, a copper, a public servant or a member of parliament get free legal assistance through the various state insurance schemes, but a commando injured in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan has to rely upon a well-meaning volunteer advocate or navigate the system themselves? Lawyers, unlike advocates, have higher duties and obligations. We have oversight, we have rules, we have regulation. Whilst advocates who are unregulated do not have that. And it is noble that many of them have tried to implement some form of regulation or system, but it does not have true oversight. Like I say, who polices the police? The Senate committee may believe that a blended ecosystem of advocates and lawyers with tighter controls and regulations is the desired outcome. The fact is that to get the advocate industry to the same standards and professionalism as lawyers and other professionals in society, it may take significant expenditure and the creation of a new authority. In our own submission, we have made recommendations and perhaps the establishment of the Office of Military Compensation Advocate Registration Authority, which is similar to the migration scheme. We've also made other further submissions in our recommendations about study both for lawyers and advocates. The migration system was reformed. It meant that not just if you're a lawyer and you wanted to do migration services, you also had to prove and be registered with the oversight body. I thank the senators for that opportunity, and I'm happy for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr James.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We've
emailed through our opening remarks. We're happy for that to be tabled rather than spend the time.
All right, thank you very much. We'll distribute your opening statement to senators. Thank you. Appreciate we are running fairly tight for time. I will firstly go to Senator Lambie.
That's correct. So I may have a conflict of interest here. So I'll just read that out before I start questioning, if that's okay. So everyone's on board. After receiving numerous complaints from veterans and their families regarding the conduct of Operation Legal Australia and its directors, Michael Bainbridge and Paul James, I submitted a complaint to the New South Wales Office of the Legal Services Commissioner. This was on behalf of many veterans who were afraid to file the complaints themselves. The 50-page complaint, plus 2 lever arch folders of statements and evidence, included allegations of overcharging veterans and under-delivering legal services, bullying, harassment and intimidation of vulnerable veteran clients, and conflicts of interest in veteran cases. The complaint also included allegations that OLA abused the Legal Assistance Fund set up to help veterans during the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and I referred those allegations and evidence to the Commonwealth Attorney-General. Those 2 volumes were filled with the OLSC on the 11th of November 2024, and after speaking about OLA in a speech late last year, early this year, I received more complaints from veterans. I filed a further 2-page complaint and 1 lever arch folder of statements and evidence on the 6th of February 2025. I also asked the Office of the Legal Services Commission to suspend the practising certificates of Mr Bainbridge and Mr James pending the outcome of investigations. That request was then referred by the Office of the Legal Service Commission to the Professional Standards Division of the New South Wales Law Society. I've since been advised through the Office of the Legal Services that that Law Society Professional Standards is now looking into that. So that is my conflict of interest, and I do have questions, if that's okay.
Right, before we go to your questions, Senator Lambie, given the adverse reflections on your organisation, would you like to respond? And I would ask, obviously, that you keep your response fairly brief.
Yes. We obviously welcome any investigation and we categorically deny that. We know the source of that malicious complaint that came last year and was in the Parliament. It involved a former contractor that we terminated for misconduct, which related to a national security matter. It also related to another former employee that we terminated for serious misconduct. Further to that, another complainant that provided Senator Lambie some information, that person named and identified a sexual assault victim survivor of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide.
I just ask you to be very careful in relation to these matters so that there's no identification of any person in relation to allegations of sexual assault, please.
Yeah, I'm mentioning that, and I've actually made a referral to the Attorney General as well to have that person investigated for naming that person and breaching the Royal Commission Act in relation to publication of their name and details. Like I said, my colleague here and I have been outed, I suppose, in Parliament last year, and we did previously work with Senator Lambie. We do complex cases as well in our firm. We've always been transparent, and I'll continue to be transparent. And I'm happy to answer anything. I can tell you now, the OLSC has not done anything in relation to our practice certificate. The Law Society has no concerns about our practice certificate. If they had, I would have had my practice certificate immediately suspended. That is not the case. And I'm happy to answer any vexatious, malicious and defamatory comments, and I understand a lot of it was said within the confines of this House. And as a multi-generational veteran, and Senator Lambie, we've done a lot of work with you, helping a lot of veterans, and I still carry them today with me and their families, and I forgive you. I forgive you for coming here last year and saying that.
Mr James, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to hand over now to Senator Lambie. And just on terms of the allegation of defamation, all senators and these proceedings are covered by parliamentary privilege.
Yes.
And it is open to any senator to raise concerns in the Parliament or through the committee process, as Senator Lambie has explained that she has done. So I don't want in any way any person, any witness to reflect on a senator because of concerns that they have raised in the public interest in pursuant of their role as a senator of this Parliament.
And I appreciate that.
I just wanted,
Senator, can I also say, look, obviously I'm here as a solicitor for Operational Legal Australia. You're likely aware that I currently hold the position of State President of RSL New South Wales, which I'm not here to represent, but in my view, there's always a political slant to some of these complaints that is, attacking the head of that organisation. But I don't do any advocacy work or work for RSL, so some of those complaints have been verified as coming through that system as a manner to attack me personally.
well, Mr Bainbridge, one of the difficulties about occupying two occupations, two different roles, is you can't put a Chinese wall through your own body. So I would just make that important point that when you are acting in two different capacities, the lines can be very blurred. So I would just make that point. But let's just.
Barriers, yep.
But thank you for disclosing your other role. I do appreciate that. I'm now going over to Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Do you know if there's any formal complaints have been lodged against your organisation, its directors or staff, with the OLSC or other regulators over the past few years?
Historically, there have been, Senator Lambie.
How many?
I believe it's about 12, Senator Lambie. Most of those complaints are related to customer service complaints, not the
As
actual
in fees,
content.
and they were They were not sustained.
And 2 of those complaints were people that made complaints but weren't actually clients either, Senator.
Okay.
And they were also our former employee that we terminated took those clients to another firm and wrote those complaints for them.
I just, Mr James, just ask you to just be careful in relation to adverse reflections on others, because any person who has an adverse reflection is entitled then to seek to have their say before this committee. So just if you can exercise care. That person is not here, cannot defend themselves.
Yep. Yes,
so just please exercise care. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. And just so we're clear here, Mr Jones, it wasn't just a couple of people. That's why we've got 3 big folders. Okay, there's 3 big folders and many complaints in there. Are either of you currently the subject of any active investigations by the OLSC or other professional bodies, and if so, how many?
Not that we're aware of, Senator Lambie.
Okay. What proportion... have you ever threatened veterans or advocates with lawsuits or complaints to make them quiet? Have you threatened lawsuits or complaints against veterans? Whether they haven't, okay, let's go a bit wider than that. Maybe if they haven't quite come up with their bill, they don't agree with your bill, something like that. But how many of those veterans out there, advocates, have you threatened that you will take it further, that you'll sue them or anything else?
Senator, we don't threaten people. When you enter into a contract, there's terms and conditions. As lawyers, we have a general standard in New South Wales. We have a guideline in relation to that, and it actually points out clearly, if you've got a complaint, how do you address it? So if someone doesn't pay their bill and refuses to pay their bill, and that goes on for months and months and months, we have a process whereby we apply, which is endorsed by the Law Society and the Legal Services Commission, and then we undertake that pass. And yes, we have, on our time recording, taken matters through debt recovery like every other company. We're just a small business like everyone else. If people want to engage our services and not pay, then they understand that we have a legal right and an obligation to recover that debt.
Mr James, can I, just as a, sorry, Senator Lambie, as a matter of clarification, you both are lawyers. Do you enter into a cost agreement?
Yes, cost agreement. So we use the standard.
So you are only providing legal services?
Yes, so we do legal services in relation to our cost agreement, but I also provide other services in relation to business, like in
and hang on a minute, sorry. Yeah, and how are those services charged, and how do you manage any potential conflict of interest?
So if there's any conflicts of interest we have them in daily life. I think there's a misconception with people of how you deal with them. We manage them. We have information barriers within our organisation, which is approved by the Law Society. The Law Society has a very good guide on how to deal with that.
So going back to my question, how do you charge veterans for non-legal related services, services that do not constitute legal advice?
One example, Senator, we do a lot of pro bono work. Like our colleague on the screen before talked about changing SOPs. We do a lot of pro bono work towards that in terms of non-legal work for those veterans. But our intake for veterans going through the compensation realm is quite narrow. We focus on more complex cases where there's complexities with NDIS, divorces and the like. We speak to every client before they come in. We offer them, if it's a simple claim that they have, we've got free providers in our local area that are great ESOs. We refer those clients to those providers because we don't think that we're a value add in their circumstance. But our rates are fixed. We provide a service agreement with a scope of work. We still record our time recordings so we can show as required by the Law Society, and we provide those itemised time recordings at the end of the matter.
And what's your hourly rate?
My hourly rate, Senator, is $4.50, but we only charge a fixed rate for the services. I think it's $2,500 per injury. After 10 injuries, it's capped. Any injuries that aren't successfully put through the system are not charged.
And is it possible, could you provide us with a copy of your costs agreement and any other service agreement that you enter into,
whatever
a template agreement, so we can have a look at that, please.
Yes, Senator.
Definitely.
The only other thing to probably identify is we also do some work with the Commonwealth Super Corporation for some veterans doing retrospective medical discharges when it's applicable. Yep. But I'd say that work is fairly complex, and concerningly in the advocacy space we've noted that advocates that can't deal directly with CSC are asking clients to sign powers of attorney, which are extremely powerful documents, especially in an industry, so to speak, such as this. It's largely unregulated.
Okay, thank you. Senator Lambie, sorry to interrupt, but I'll hand it back over to you, but if you could just wrap up pretty quickly, please.
I was just wondering, this is where a bit of conflict of interest comes in with the RSL, but your submission's calling for the professionalisation of advocates, paid professionally and legally trained advocates, when the RSL New South Wales, of which you are directors, is calling for funding so that advocates are fee-free. Don't you have a duty as directors of the RSL New South Wales to advocate for the RSL New South Wales position, and does this not represent a conflict of interest by submitting to the opposite to this committee?
Senator, if I was advocating for RSL today, I could see your point with a conflict, but I have conflicted myself out of those discussions from RSL. I do believe, and we are advocating for free advocacy for veterans in our submission.
Yeah, just to be clear, our submission is that no veteran should pay out of their compensation. There's no such thing as free advocacy in Australia because someone's always paying in. Even the ESOs. RSLs have, potentially billions of dollars. RSL New South Wales has nearly $1 billion. So therefore, they obviously use, and Lifecare has a lot more, and they use that to pay. And that might have been through donations. So at the end of the day, but I don't want veterans to actually pay. Our model in our company is we do a lot of non-veteran work, okay? So commercial work and that kind of stuff. That allows our team to then be able to do reduced rates, or even for criminal matters. I've done pro bono work in relation to for veterans, if they're a veteran or a family member. And that's why in our submission we've attached the New South Wales ILARS legal scheme. It actually has got a rate, and I'd actually like whether the committee can recommend that no veteran pays out of their compensation payout, but you put in your request like the state insurance schemes, and it's like a fee structure that sits there. It's transparent, and it just is regulated, and they pay for it. And that'll go for all advocates, including lawyers, including even ESOs potentially could use that similar system because they get money through BEST funding. But do we know that BEST, does DVA tell you when they give $500,000 to RSL Lifecare or something that's got $2 billion, do they tell you where that $500,000 in BEST funding goes? So we're transparent about where we are. We've always done it in other industries. We have to be acquitted.
So
last question, Senator Lambie.
If somebody was to get a lump sum payment of $600,000, how much are you taking from them?
Senator, we're unable to charge a percentage rate. Like I said before, we have a...
What's on average, Mr Bainbridge? What on his average if you get $600,000 lump sum are you taking?
If you will, $2,500 per injury. Once that client hits 10 injuries, it's capped, completely capped. And as part of that service, we offer, at times, common law advice. We give them a free, simple will for them and their partner, if they have one. And we don't charge for any of the other forms that we help and assist the client fill out, the household services or the access to the child payments.
I should think so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. Look, can I ask if I could go to Australian Veteran Advocacy? Can I ask how you think that the advocacy services provided to veterans can be improved?
Yes, so a couple of things with that. Senator McLaughlin asked a question about does he see any situation where fee-for-service advocacies wouldn't be required. We put in our submission, and I've also separately done a submission to the Royal Commission. In my time in the military, one of the things I did was the workforce planning, so I was involved with how does the military retain people to meet its requirements. A vast majority of the veterans who come to us for assistance are upfront that what they're primarily focused in is making sure they can access treatment. If we manage to get them compensation, most of our veterans treat that as a little bit of a bonus. Their primary goal is to make sure their health cares are needed. I believe that if DVA was to look at extending the white card non-liability healthcare provisions to potentially the 20 claims that are currently covered by PAMT, sprains, strains, osteoarthritis, hearing loss, tinnitus, and actually say that if you've served your minimum period of service, 4 years, 6 years, 12 months if you're medically discharged, that you will get non-liability healthcare treatment. So no access to compensation, but just if you need treatment for these conditions after service, we will give you non-liability healthcare treatment like we do under mental health provisions. I think that would reduce the amount of people who even want to put in claims, which would reduce the burden on DVA. People would then only be putting in claims if there's actually a compensation or a sequela entitlement thereafter. I also think not only in terms of reducing the amount of advocate support and work demand on DVA, if Defence and DVA and the federal government were in collaboration to look at introducing a gold card after 20 years of service, not only would that actually serve as a retention method to actually draw people through to the 20-year mark, now that we don't have the DFRDB 20-year pension, you've got 10 years long service, you've got the 15 years MSBS, which is now gone because we're under ADF Super. But if you were to have a gold card at 20 years of service, that would actually serve as a retention mechanism for people in service. And most veterans that we deal with, if they were going to get a gold card after 20 years, they wouldn't deal with DVA at all. They're after their treatment, they're after access to that. I think that would mean that the people who are then dealing with DVA and putting in claims, because that amount is going to be reduced, I think the ESOs would actually be in a better position to cope with that demand. I separately think the ESOs have a lot of issues in terms of the skills, quality, competence and training of their advocates. An 86-year-old who can't send an email is, in my professional opinion, not qualified to be an advocate and shouldn't be an advocate. And if they don't maintain their continuing professional development through the ADPP scheme, I don't see why they should be allowed to continue supporting veterans. But I do think if you were to look at a couple of those, and they're very costly programs for the federal government to introduce, but I do think that would reduce the demand for veterans who are wanting to put in liability claims. It would reduce those to only people who are after compensation claims. And if you could reduce that workload, I do actually think that there is a scope for the ESOs with better training and better funding to be in a position that they could actually provide advocate support, which means I think the demand for the fee-for-service industry would significantly reduce. I'm not sure if you would ever get rid of it because it's always a free market, but I think of the 1,600 veterans our company support, I think more than 2/3 of them would be quite happy to say, I don't need to deal with DVA at all. I've got my white card, I've got my gold card, I'm happy with what I need.
Just for the benefits of this committee, what does the white card currently cover?
So not all veterans are entitled to a white card. So veterans who have 1 day continuous full-time service in the military are entitled to a white card that has non-liability healthcare coverage for mental health. So if they need to see a mental health professional, then they can go see one and DVA will fund that as long as they can see a mental health provider that actually deals with DVA, and there are increasingly rare who do it because DVA deals with the Medicare scheme, the fee schedule rates are not comparative, so that's a whole separate issue. If you've done war-like or non-war-like service, then the non-liability healthcare card will cover you for treatment for all cancers once you've been diagnosed with cancer. You need to actually get that triggered. Non-liability healthcare for mental health is automatically triggered. You actually need to apply to DVA and prove that you've got a cancer diagnosis and show that you've got war-like or non-war-like eligible service, and then you get treatment responsibility for cancer. Again, it's only through a provider who deals with DVA. So that is what your white card covers you when you first get issued. If you put in a claim for DVA and say, I suffered a right ankle sprain when I was doing PT in 2006 when I fell in a rabbit hole, you will get right ankle sprain as an accepted condition, which then gets put on your white card, which means if you need treatment for that specific condition at any stage in the rest of your life, treatment for that condition through a provider who deals with DVA is then provided to you. And the majority of veterans are interested in treatment access for their healthcare. Compensation for most veterans is a nicety that comes along. Access to other things like household services support, the eligible young children's payment if you are a certain level of impairment. They're all nice things to have, but the majority of veterans just want to make sure that the injuries and conditions that have developed as a result of their service, that they're going to be able to access treatment for those issues once they're no longer in the defence medical system.
And can I just ask, could you just provide the committee with information about your fee structures? Do you charge by way of commission, fee?
Certainly. So when I set up my business, I worked for the Veteran Support Centre as an ESO as an advocate for 5 years. And then I left that organisation because I didn't feel it was structuring its business policies to support veterans sufficiently. So when we set up our business, I looked at what the fixed fees were that several legal firms were charging, which were around $8,000 per PI. And I think, Senator Gosh, when you're looking at how do people pay 30%, when a company is charging you $8,000 per PI claim and you've got 3 DIRC PI claims getting $45,000 for each of them, and you're paying $8,000 per $45,000 you get, that's how you get those 30% fees. So I also looked at the man hours that we put in to support a veteran from start to finish. And so I looked at the percentages that in 2022 other fee-for-service advocate agencies were the ones that were publicly available in. So we have 5%, but we provide 5 years worth of advocate support. So I don't care what you need your help with. If you need to deal with DVA for 5 years, we will help you deal with DVA, whether it's reimbursement of your orthotics, why don't I get this reassessment, is my wife's need to be on a widow's card, 5 years worth of advocate support. We charge 5% if you get a compensation payment, and we cap that at $7,500 for GST for the 5 years of service we provide. When we have an initial meeting with a veteran...
$7,500 is your total fee?
Plus GST, sorry.
Plus GST. Total fee that you charge?
Only if the veteran gets a compensation payment from DVA, that 5% of that would reach that cap. A lot of our veterans we discuss with initially, we'll have veterans reach out to us initially, they're already on their maximum PI. They're already on a 100% VA rate. We discuss with them and say, look, you need help with DVA. There's no more compensation available to you, but this is what you need to do with DVA. So we'll support those veterans for 5 years, knowing up front that we're never going to get paid for our services. We also support anybody who's either a widow dealing or a daughter or, someone dealing with their veteran husband, spouse, father who's died. They're straight out on a no-win, like just straight out your pro bono. And any veteran, unfortunately we've had 3 veterans that we're supporting who have died during our support. As soon as we found out they've passed away, we've just told their family that thanks very much, kind of your fee payment structure is completely waived. We're not doing that. I do feel that some of the fee-for-service advocacy agencies have no cap fees, which I think is abhorrent. In terms of how much is fair, we worked it out that our fee rate was enough for us to provide the support to pay for 19 staff. We support 1,600 veterans. We're not making a huge amount of money. It's enough for us to run our business and keep our staff employed and make sure we have a good level of service to veterans. We only started charging a fee because I'm not eligible to access the BEST grant because I'm a fee-for-service veteran. So the only way I can pay my staff is to charge a fee because I'm not eligible to get funding from other sources. The $7,500 was where we came up with as a good kind of reasonable amount. We have some veterans that pay nothing. We've got veterans who, for all the work we've done over the 3 years we've been in business, their level of compensation for DVA has only been minimal. If they only get $30,000 or $40,000, then our fee, regardless of how much work we do, is only 5% of that. So a veteran has to get more than $150,000 of compensation from DVA as part of our work we've done to hit that cap. We also don't charge a fee, irrespective of the cap, on anything outside of permanent impairment. We don't charge a percentage fee on eligible young persons payment. We don't charge a percentage fee on incapacity payments. We don't charge a percentage fee on loss of income. It is purely related to that PI.
Look, could I ask for a copy of your service agreements or your contracts?
We've already provided it, I believe.
No, well, you provided to do another body, but we can certainly send you that.
Because I have to say, just from what you've explained to us, that appears to me to be a very ethical fee structure that you've put in place, with a lot of regard for the welfare of veterans.
Point of clarification, however, we don't want to be misleading. The $7,500 cap plus GST relates to permanent impairment. 6 months ago or so, we did introduce additional caps if it's a retrospective medical discharge and the appeals, which carry a considerable amount of additional work. We were incorporating that into the original cap, but then we recognised it wasn't sustainable.
Yep. So what's that particular fee structure?
So it's the same cap.
It's an additional amount.
It's additional cap. So potentially you could have someone, if they got all three, would be 22.5. We haven't encountered that yet, and the reason we introduced those individual caps was in case someone didn't get PI but got the other things, and so ultimately we were going, well, it's 7.5 per veteran, and we'll pick it up somewhere along the line. If it eventuated, we'd probably just cap it at 7.5. For the benefit of the committee, our since inception, our fees have amounted to 1.5%, and that is
on average for each veteran.
Not on average, but how much compensation we've gained to our veterans. Total fees.
And that has been sufficient to grow the business, rent premises, and employ the 19 staff.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. We look forward to receiving that further documentation on notice. I'll now go to Senator McLaughlin briefly. I'm sorry we are running behind time, but we're dealing with a lot of very complex matters here, so I really appreciate you explaining that and clarifying that. Senator McLaughlin.
I just have a question for the last two witnesses, probably more particularly Ms. Ibbott. It's been suggested to me, and this is more along a philosophical line, it's been suggested to me by many veterans groups, not specifically in relation to this inquiry, that the need for advocates reflects a system that is way too complicated. And we're faced with two choices here. Either we seek to simplify the system and take the load off the need for advocates, or we have a greater regulation of advocates potentially. Do you have a view of that, given your extensive experience?
Yes, extensive experience. I've been an advocate since 2017, so kind of extensive experience is doing that. The first part towards making the system less complex to prevent the need. There is always going to be a need for members of the veteran community to need support. It could be because they've got their own health issues that prevent their ability to deal with anything regardless of how complex. It could also be the case of a veteran who just can't be bothered doing their own paperwork. I pay a gardener. I could do my own gardening, but I don't because I don't like gardening and I can't be bothered doing gardening, so I pay a gardener. That is some veterans approach advocacy like that. I'm a taxpayer. The federal government has to get its money to pay veterans for compensation from somewhere. They get it from taxes. I do not think just because you've served in the military that you should be able to say, I've got this injury and I don't need to prove it to you and I don't need to show how bad this injury affects you, but I want to get all this compensation and support. I do think there needs to be some requirement for checks and balances before the federal government pays a veteran money. Should that be as complex as it currently is? No, but that's why we've got the vets coming on board next year to reduce some of the complexity. That's why DVA now auto-accept claims that have been lodged on my service for quite a number of conditions. If you lodge a claim now with an ankle sprain and you upload the evidence to DVA, DVA automatically accept it and then review it afterwards. So there are a lot of changes that are coming in place that are going to reduce the complexity and make it easier for veterans. But you are never going to get rid of the need for some veterans to need some level of support, even if they don't have complex cases, just if they've got the mental health capacity or not to need that. So I think there is always going to need to be a level of some support available. I don't think the federal government could ever turn around and put the amount of money that would need to be given to the veteran community to negate the need for the liability and the compensation claims process. It's just not financially viable for any government body to do that.
Thank you for that evidence. Can I open that up to anyone else on the panel who would like to make comment?
Yes, Senator. I'm of the view firmly that we should start, with better regulation to make sure we regulate the current ecosystem as it sits. And there's a lot of unintended consequences that have come out of, I think if there's any legal issues, I worry about at times the sustainability of some advocate systems. One example is the new Section 80A of the Simplification and Harmonisation Act for MERCA, which refers to the eligible child payment. Some family lawyers I've discussed with that payment potentially going to, the other half of a partnership whilst the veteran's going through these complex, claims. I'm worried that they'll be turned off progressing those claims for themselves and getting access to the care and treatment that they need for their own welfare in order to save themselves that financial burden of getting that claim in and losing some in a family law matter. So I think we have to start with regulation first and make sure that we've got qualified, regulated and insured advocates out there that understand the thresholds where they need to stop and push to a solicitor or push for financial advice. I would say that advocates, in my view, have a very special, important role to play in our community because at times they're often the first point of contact for a veteran in need to reach out. So I think in terms of that role, that advocate could be a first aider of sorts.
Are you a legal practitioner? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. What's your view as a legal practitioner that has also been put to me by various lawyers in that assist veterans, but not necessarily in the compensation perspective, that we should just reverse the burden of proof and then audit the claims? That's a very big question, but it does go to the nature of advocacy in its themes.
I think it would assist moving claims along. I think that there's often cases where the first port of call from DVA is completely incorrect in how they've interpreted the position of the claim. Same with CSC, they often don't read their own deed. So I do think it would expedite claims for people. As a veteran myself, we're all passionate about it here, Senator. I'd say that, if that was the case and that expedited people getting access to care and treatment that they needed, I think that's a great thing, allowing them to get on with their lives.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Just a very quick.
Thank you very much, Senator McLaughlin. I'll just hand over briefly to Senator Collins.
Thank you. Just very quick question, Ms. Ibbott. The idea that you floated about the gold card after 20 years of service, have you tested that idea with anybody, with veterans, with anybody in DVA?
It's not so much DVA because it's very much a defence. I've tested it with workforce planners in defence. It was proposed before I left Defence, and it was considered that something out of Defence's remit to do that because it would need federal government and DVA buy-in. I proposed it to the Royal Commission into suicide as one of the things that they could look at because they expanded the scope of what their responses were allowed, so I proposed it to that. It would need to have a lot of cost-benefit analysis done to work out what's the retention likelihood for it. But I know we also spent $2.2 billion on the R2 retention benefit in 2015, and I took my $80,000 when I was already getting medically discharged. So kind of cost-benefit analysis is important to it. Whether or not the cost-benefit analysis would come out in the end to go that not only does this work as a retention benefit, but is this actually going to change veterans' interactions and requirements to deal with DVA? I think you would need to do some surveys and some cost-benefit analysis, and then the federal government should be in a position to decide, is this something that we're actually willing to commit to? But at the moment, it's a it's a good idea, Ferry, that I've put out to Defence, to the Royal Commission, to this board to say there are other options rather than looking at how advocacy works about reducing the burden on DVA as a system instead of just the complexity, looking at why people put in claims and what they want.
Wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
Can I just add something to that, Senator? Just from the medical...
Mr James, yes.
Yes, just from the medical profession point of view, speaking to medical providers, and we might have had this, our own advocates will probably have this experience where trying to find a doctor, even as a treating person, do you accept my gold card? And I had a client who lived in Central Australia and they had to travel a far way because they didn't want to... The gold card did not give them access to the medical in that area because there was obviously a tiered system. Workers' comp might be the private funded, workers' comp, and it was like basically they said, and some doctors and medical practitioners said, oh, look, it's just easier to deal with Medicare. I'm geared up towards Medicare, so there actually is a lot of doctors out there or health professionals who are probably a bit scared about engaging that services because it's a different system. I know when my doctor retired and I had to go to a new doctor, I almost had to educate him and say, look, you've got to get in touch with DVA or something because their system wasn't set up. And even the rates. I think if the government looked at what the medical practitioners get, DVA doesn't pay enough, and I think it's been an issue for a while. And that would access...
Can I just have a quick follow-up? I'm sure that...
Oh, sorry, just...
Sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were finished. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm Senator Lambie.
Just one quick follow-up. Are you finding it difficult, because I'm getting a lot of complaints and have done, and I've been sick of talking to DVA. I feel like I'm hitting my head against a brick wall. But the problem is here, the NDIS gets paid a hell of a lot more for their people than what we do for ours. So they get psychological, physio, that sort of stuff. They're getting everything thrown at them, and those services are now taking on the NDIS, and we're getting dropped. Are you finding that?
I can't comment about the NDIS or anything like that. Anecdotally, what I know from personal experience, my GP clinic will accept veterans who have got a white card or a gold card. My GP recently changed his billing practices to say that he will only bill DVA if I see him between 10 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. So if I now want to see my GP that I've seen for 7 years, if I see him outside of those timeframes, I am 100% liable for his fee minus the Medicare contribution because he will not bill DVA during those key priority time slots. That's my experience. It's also experience from a lot of veterans. The sports physiotherapist that I was seeing no longer deals with DVA, so my choice is to either engage with a whole new orthopaedic surgeon for my knees or to pay out of pocket to continue to see the person I've got the relationship with.
And that costs DVA even more money because we're going around the same... Did you two want to add to this? Because I'm quite sure you're getting them, and I've heard just in the past about the NDIS and what we're up against. Thank you.
I represented... I had... DVA actually rang me up, a quite senior person, and said, look, we've got to fight. So there was a veteran who was being challenged. He'd taken on his own claim in the AAT against DVA or NDIA. And so because he had a gold card, there was a misrepresentation. So I had to basically take on that client, did it pro bono for him or whatever, got a barrister who did pro bono, and we ended up getting, the night before the hearing, NDIA capitulated. But what it realised there was they weren't talking to each other, and NDIA were trying to misinterpret the legislation to reduce this veteran's entitlement. And I actually find there is a good system in NDIA or NDIS where veterans may be actually able to take back a bit more control.
They're going over to the NDIS.
Yeah.
All right, look, I'm sorry, we're going to have to finish here because we are running very over time. But look, thank you all very much for your evidence today.
Excuse me.
Did you have any?
Yes. There were 3 questions, one-line answers to previous senators' questions to the previous parties that weren't answered at all, that we've got the answers for if the senators are interested in.
Can you do that very briefly?
One sentence each. Senator Gosh, you asked about whether there's overseas agencies. There are not anymore. There was one, but they've relocated their premises to Australia. You asked about whether Advocacy's fee for services and their fee structure are looking at the number of claims that get lodged. When an advocacy agency is internally grouped with a medical provider, the medical provider gets paid by DVAs based on the reports they write. So then you've got a conflict of interest where the advocate agency is saying, let's put in 20 claims, because our internal medical team will get billed by DVA and be able to bill for 20 claims, which is where, as Mr Holmes raised, you get people raising claims that are pointless. It's generally those companies that actually have an internal medical team, because the medical team is getting paid by DVA to write a report, so the advocates kind of encourage lots of claims to support the medical. Senator Lambie, you asked about whether veterans are discharging and they're getting a copy of their records on a USB at the time of discharge. Veterans can actually request a copy of their records through Service Connect. Joint Health Command is not allowed to recommend they access their records.
No, I'm very aware of that, but it's got nothing to do with Joint Health Command. My problem is the Defence Force should just do it.
Yes. At the moment, Joint Health Command is legally required to give to give access to records via Service Connect. That requires the defence member to actually have a USB that's authorised to connect to the DPN, which a lot of DPNs are not allowed to have USBs, and veterans don't have access to the USB. Which means that veterans are leaving the military service without a copy of the records. And the last one was Senator Lambie. Our contract we have with veterans says if you want to break our contract at any stage, there is no fees imposed. If you're not happy with our service and you want to quit, we will give you a copy of it. We have had 5 veterans who have cancelled their contract with us because they've been dissatisfied with our service, and we've had 1 veteran that we've cancelled the contract with them because we weren't happy to continue operating with them. And that was the only questions that
Thank you.
That's very helpful, Ms. Ibbott. I do really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you to witnesses today for appearing. We are most grateful. For any questions on notice or any documents to be provided as committed, could you please do so by 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 7th of October. Thank you again.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just, are we able to submit additional information beyond just what you've requested?
Yes. We might just arrange for you to get some clarification from the Secretariat.
That'd be appreciated. Thank
but you. Yes, it is open to you in relation to today's hearing to provide further information. But we can we can assist you with that.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome representatives from the Veterans Emergency Services and Police Industry Institute of Australia, Mr Jeffrey Shafran and Mr Greg Isolani.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my experience and amplify my submission.
Thank you very much. Look, before we go to you formally, I just want to say that I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, bearing in mind that everyone is appearing via video conference?
Thank you. My name is Greg Isolani. I'm a partner at KCI Lawyers. I think that was the extent of it.
Thank you very much.
My name is Shannon Hennessy. I'm the CEO of SBL Limited.
My name is Jeffrey Shafran. I am what might be best described as a procedural advocate. Just for a little bit of clarification, in 2019 in a federal court judgment, Justice Logan described me as an agitator. At first I was a little bit offended, but after understanding the context, it is somewhat of a badge I wear with a bit of pride.
Thank you for that very full explanation as to the capacity in which you appear. Do you have a brief opening statement, can I please stress? If you've got a long opening statement, we would ask that it be tabled.
Sorry, you're speaking to me?
To each of you.
My opening statement is about 5 minutes. Is that too long?
It is a bit too long, yes, so maybe you could just summarise it and then provide it to us.
Okay, the point that I was going to emphasise is in relation to the lack of legal representation that exists at the review board. It's a process which has been in place since 1927, and it has resulted in a lack of what I would say are gatekeepers of natural justice within the veteran sphere. But I'd just like to quickly raise one particular issue which illustrates the problem, and it relates to a CLIC. CLIC is the Department's Combined Library of Information and Knowledge. The inward-facing version used by delegates contains 5,380 documents. The outward-facing version contains 22,931 documents. The public version carries a disclaimer which states, "This information has been prepared by the Department of Veterans Affairs for its internal use and is not intended to be provided for professional advice to the public. The Department gives no assurance as to the accuracy of the information and accepts no responsibility for any loss suffered as a result." That disclaimer has been in place since the 19th of January 2001. Yet Section 8B of the FOI Act requires that published information be accurate and up to date. Now, I am of the belief that if we had legal representation at the review board or the ex-service organisations were correctly supervising the process, they would have picked up on that. And it is no wonder that veterans struggle to make their own claims when they are lumbered with that sort of problem.
All right, Mr. Shafran, thank you so much. And if you could provide us with your full statement, we would be grateful. Mrs. Hennessy, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. I'll read through it as quickly as I can. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak with the committee today. I'm coming from Borloo, Perth, and would just like to quickly recognise elders across the country as well as our service members, veterans and their families. Very quickly, VESPIA, the Veterans Emergency Services and Police Industry Institute Australia, is a national body that's supporting those working with veterans, first responders and their families. And this includes organisations and individuals delivering programs in health, wellbeing, transition, advocacy and beyond. We do not provide advocacy services directly, nor do we represent any single advocacy model. Instead, we focus on strengthening the workforce behind those services through professional development, enforceable codes of conduct and shared resources. We recognise that advocacy plays a critical role in helping veterans navigate complex compensation and support systems. And in many cases, the quality and timeliness of advocacy can directly shape a veteran's recovery, financial stability and long-term wellbeing. Currently, as we know, these services are delivered through a mix of volunteer, fee-for-service and hybrid models. And while these arrangements differ in structure and funding, VESPIA's position is that model is in effect less important than the conduct. What matters most to us is that the veterans receive safe, skilled and ethical support, no matter who is providing it or how they're paid. Our submission certainly outlines areas where professional standards, accountability and training access can be improved across the sector. And we're not advocating for a single regulatory outcome, or nor are we seeking to control the space. What we recommend certainly is the establishment of sector-wide framework that protects veterans, sets clear expectations providers and enables advocates to do their jobs well. We, as an institute, are currently delivering many of the tools needed to support this work, including, as noted, codes of conduct, continuing professional development and governance infrastructure. And we're certainly here to share that expertise and experience, not to impose it. So thank you again for the opportunity to contribute, and I'm looking forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Asalani?
Thank you, Senator. No, look, I've filed a submission and I appreciate everyone's running short on time, so I'm happy to launch into the substantive matters.
All right. Well, Senator Lambie, I'll hand over to you first.
Thank you. Hoping I have time to come to you, Mr. Weston, if you're on there. But Mr. Asalani, I'm just... I read your submission. There was a bit of complaining about the advocates. Does that mean that is the advocacy a problem with lawyers? Do they believe that's more competition against taking work away from them when it comes to military compensation? And can you also tell me why lawyers and advocates who are chasing lump sums, tell me what's the difference between a lawyer and an advocate, and expel it out. Why the system is blown up in your mind?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. I did go some way in my submission to highlight the evolution of advocates, and it's a term that we're generalising. There are advocates, a lot of advocates, in particular through ex-service organisations, who do a great job in the support of services, not just through Veterans Affairs, but accessing veteran-centric medical welfare and other services for spouses and families as well. When we're talking about advocacy in this space, let's be clear, we're talking about fee-for-service advocates whose focus, and everyone's talking about caps, everyone's talking about percentages, so everyone's talking about making money. And in terms of making money out of veterans, and in particular via Veterans Affairs, clearly the system is complex. DVA recognise the role of lawyers. They pay $3,200 for veterans to get advice on the implications of permanent impairment or widow's claims. So there's an inherent understanding. The Royal Commission, in its first recommendation, in its interim report, recommended the harmonisation. The difference is, I think, as lawyers, and with all due respect to those who've appeared before the committee and made submissions, we obviously have, I think, a refined and particular skill set that's not just about lump sums. The problem with the system is it's predicated on, if you want to provide a service to a veteran, and unless you think someone's going to be able to pay on a time cost basis, they can't and they won't. And so how do you assist them? So it's on a contingency when you get to the end of the matter. But not all matters are based on lump sums, and the degree of representation can be on subtle issues like a compensation rate, subtle issues about whether a spouse should be recognised as an attendant carer. There's whether an injury should be accepted as defence related or not. As a lawyer, you have to invest a lot of time and you have a skill set to understand those processes and to appeal those decisions. So a lot of fee-for-service advocates, even on their websites, they don't promote the appeals because they don't engage in them. They'll get a decision, in particular a lump sum, after they've worked quite often hand in glove with a medical service provider to lodge as many claims as they can, because as you've heard, they get paid on per claim, and some advocacy models are getting paid per claim that they lodge and then per claim that is successful. There's two differences there as well. So when they get an adverse decision, they say, look, you can come back and appeal that in a year's time. But that can affect the compensation rate, it can affect the level of impairment, rather than saying, we have experience to back our judgment, we're going to appeal this to the Veterans Review Board, and from there we'll appeal it to the Admin Review Tribunal or the former AAT, and if we're unhappy with that, we'll go to the Federal Court. Advocates don't have that skill set and they're not interested. So the difference between advocates and lawyers is clearly the regulation model. So people talk altruistically in this advocacy space about being a part of NAVA or the proposed Institute for Veterans Advocacy. But that doesn't set a standard. It doesn't tell you, if you've engaged a fee-for-service advocate who happen to be offshore, and I appreciate now they might be back in Australia, sometimes it's very difficult to even work out what state or territory can regulate their conduct. Yeah, that's right. They provide no notice of rights, in my experience. Some of these fee agreements are predicated. They're based on, we will charge you if you want to break the agreement based on what we think your lump sum is going to be. And that assumes you're even going to take a lump sum to be able to take that percentage or to charge that upfront before they even do the work. As opposed to lawyers, that's scandalous. I would be struck off to propose a system of charging someone, not on the work I do, but on the lump sum that I think you're going to get maybe in a year's time or 2 years' time. I'm also concerned that there's this notion that you have to have had lived experience as a veteran to then provide veteran advocacy or assistance in a legal process. And that's what we're talking about. It's a legal process. It's about getting lump sums and it's about getting money from that lump sum. So I'm really curious about that. I've practiced continuously since '92. I've had no military background other than a long-lost family background that my grandfather was a fascist in Italy. So put that to one side. I really don't think that counts as having relevant military background. But I can say, and I'm sure the advocates have benefited largely from a lot of my litigation involving issues on not just permanent impairment, compensation rates, eligibility, temporal relationship between service and injury. These are things, inquiries, number of inquiries that I and other lawyers have appeared before. I'd be really fascinated to know how many of the advocate fee-for-service providers appear before the Senate, make submissions, invest in their so-called experience to try and enhance or highlight what the issues are in this space. So I think there's a huge difference. You're comparing night and day with respect to fee-for-service advocates as opposed to lawyers. So that's just a brief response. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't take up any more your time, but I have a conflict of interest with you too, Mr. Isolani, because you poor thing, you've been my lawyer now for 27 years, I think, and it's going to be a couple more yet. So, so I do confess I should have done that to start with. I do apologise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie, and appreciate that declaration. Senator McLaughlin.
Yes, Chair, I didn't have any questions at this point, but...
All right, no problem. Sorry, Senator McLaughlin, I didn't email you as I should have to check. Apologies. Look, could I just ask for each of the witnesses, we've had a very broad discussion about issues with advocacy services and particularly the fees charged to veterans, and we have heard and in the previous parliament heard of some pretty scandalous outcomes as a result of uncapped fees being charged on veterans. How do we fix this system? We did hear from a previous witness a model that was underpinned by, I think, some very ethical principles, but how do we fix this system more broadly?
I'll go first. I think a big part of the problem from what I see, and I do moderate a Facebook group with 37,000 people on it, so I do see systemic problems. And what I have identified is the initial claims process that exists under the MERCA is a little bit complex when it's compared with the VEA, which is really very, very simple. And I feel that if the VEA model was incorporated into the process moving forward, it would encourage veterans to make their own claims. I also feel that, as I mentioned before, the CLIC, which is the outward-facing library, is really a dog's breakfast. It is totally unsuitable. Those figures, by the way, come from a Freedom of Information request, so that's factual. The process is so complex that, in essence, veterans are almost forced to go to an advocacy. I think that the vast majority are more than capable of undertaking their own claims process. They're providing the appropriate documentation to support that claim. But it's just a fear. The big fear is that the department may not thoroughly investigate it, and it's possible that some conditions that perhaps aren't having an immediate physical effect on somebody. I'll give you an example: tinnitus. Almost everyone who served in the military probably suffers tinnitus, and you get a fairly reasonable lump sum for that. But if it's very, very mild, it doesn't impact you at all. But there's a significant financial amount of compensation, and there's virtually no treatment for it. So once you've established an understanding that there are conditions out there that quite possibly you don't know about. Do you have irritable bowel syndrome? Do you have various other conditions? And I think there's about 20 of them where you could actually claim them, and there's no way of the department disproving it. And this this creates an environment where people are going to go to a paid advocate. They're going to have a list of these conditions and say, do you have this, do you have this, do you have this? And if someone nods their head, the claim goes in, and it's very difficult for the department to disprove. It's particularly under a beneficial act, which means, in essence, the department has to prove that you do not have the condition in order to refuse it. It's quite complex.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened to Ms Hennessy, if she wanted to jump in first in the order that we've been doing things.
You go first and then I can hand over to Ms Hennessy.
Oh, thank you. So I think your question was how do you regulate advocates, I think in simple terms, or how can the department or the government ensure a degree of regulation, and that is premised on, is there a need for it? So if the starting point is there is a need for it because you now may have far more insight into this disparate ad hoc system of fee-for-service advocacy, then I touched on what the Office of the Migration Agents Registration Authority, or OMARA, that currently exists so that only registered migration agents and legal practitioners can charge for assistance with immigration. And I thank my friend Mr Shaffron, I think he mentioned that in his submission. So that clearly is set up, it's department driven, but it's an effective system to ensure that those who are registered, and I proposed my own version called the DVA Advocates Representatives, or DARS. Call it whatever you want, but you need to be registered and you need to have an accreditation system that's based on experience. It's not just lived experience, it's based on probity. Are you fit for purpose to represent veterans? What is your underlying condition if you are a former veteran and advocate? Did you get 80 impairment points and talk about how affected you are psychologically, and now you're proposing to charge a fee to represent other veterans? Are you in a capacity to do so? All the probity checks that we as lawyers have. What is your experience in the jurisdiction? What courses have you done? Is there a course to actually accreditate you to this level? Or what is your actual practical experience? Because not everyone needs to do a course. There are a lot of really good advocates, in particular through ex-service organisations, the Vietnam veterans and peacekeepers who've really come up from the grassroots, and they're very competent. But accreditation through courses and then the governance of that, I think, is really important. What do you have as a notice of rights on the end of your fee agreement or the end of your engagement letter? You know, consumer rights, privacy rights, basic issues. If you have a complaint, where do you go? Is there a fee structure? What's it based on? So I think that the accreditation model through the Migration Agency or Department of Immigration is a worthy consideration. And given the department is bringing in the new Act, this is really the time to step in and take leadership and not let the free market sort of determine who can hang up a shingle. Unregistered, no professional indemnity insurance, can charge a percentage, no regulation of that, as opposed to, as lawyers, having a skill set, qualification, paying professional indemnity insurance, very clear notice of rights and governance. That's what I'd like to see.
Mr Arcelani, of course, there are lots of very good lawyers, but there are also plenty of not so good lawyers. So how do you ensure, or how do veterans ensure that when they go to see a lawyer that they are getting the best possible service, and also that lawyers are providing legal services and then are not charging legal fees for non-legal services?
Look, I found that interesting listening to my colleagues from OLA, and as lawyers, we can only provide a legal service. And I know under the Uniform Profession Act in Victoria, the service I provide must be articulated in writing and the fee structure must be firmly established. It can be a fixed fee, a time cost basis, or a cap or a contingency basis. And the cap means, Senator, I've been listening to this discussion, and my own experience is this: people want to know, what's the upper limit? How much are you going to charge me if you've done that 5 years of work that I heard Ms Ibbott speak about? and you don't get me anything, or conversely, that after internal review, external review, possible federal court appeal, what are my safeguards? So the percentage is a cap, meaning if you get $100,000, I can't charge more than $10,000, even though I can present a bill that shows I've done $30,000 worth of work. So the point with lawyers and the distinction is we are already regulated. And clients, if they feel they have not received the service that they've been asked to pay for in the end, have a very clear right of review or complaint. In Victoria, the Legal Services Commission takes complaints very seriously. They can arbitrate outcomes informally. So if someone says you charged me too much, or you did or didn't do something that's cost me money, you can settle that case. It's very difficult if you go through a fee-for-service advocacy model to even get into a forum, to get into that regulatory body, or to go through consumer affairs to get an outcome if there has been unjust enrichment, unreasonable charging of fees, work that wasn't done, that should have been done, that costs money.
Sorry, can I just clarify, what do you charge? How do you charge veterans?
Well, I listened to that with interest because my fee structure varies given the nature of what I do. If I'm doing an inquest for someone and there may also be the potential outcome or there's a collateral claim with DVA, I have to be very clear. How am I charging for the inquest as opposed to what am I charging and how am I going to charge if we're successful with the DVA claim? So it's not all about percentages. I have to be very clear, is this going to be legally aided? Is this being funded by the Commonwealth? To answer your direct question, I have a cap of 10% as a general rule. And for complex cases, and that is where there may be other jurisdictions involved. So there could be, for example, the retrospective or increase in the invalidity classification under the Commonwealth super schemes to veterans. So quite often people will come to me having gone through DVA, present 4,000 or 5,000 pages of all of their DVA files. So those cases I might charge a cap of 15%. It's not a flat fee. We cannot act on contingencies. In Victoria, there's been a lot of talk about allowing lawyers to charge on contingency because apparently that will provide access to justice. I don't know the finer detail in that.
So just to be clear, Mr. Arsalani, you charge an hourly rate, but it's capped. Based on the particular circumstances.
Yeah, of course. Yes. So our fee agreement, you have to disclose what you're actually instructed to do and what you are proposing to do. So not just lodge the claim, look at what scheme may apply if there's pre and post 2004 service, what appeal process may arise, what the cost would be going through the VRB and the ART, a qualifier about if there's an appeal to the federal court, we can't, speculate what those costs may be. And I'm happy to provide the committee with a copy of my fee agreement or a few versions of it. Because
yes, please, if you could.
Yes, I don't have as I say, I'm not being evasive, but there is no one standard conditional fee agreement, but I can provide you with a few variations.
No, I understand there are different types of work that you do, and so I do understand that. So just to go back though, that what happens if you are asked to provide non-legal services? What happens to that veteran under those circumstances? And there was earlier evidence given by a legal practitioner who referenced giving financial advice. I will be asking a question on notice in relation to that. But again, you've got very strict obligations in terms of the work that you are permitted to do. So what do you do when that sort of situation arises?
Senator, if I understand your question, I as a lawyer, I can't provide non-legal advice such as go to a social worker or, it has to be very clear. And the demarcation clearly is blurred. This is a one-on-one, a very personable jurisdiction. So if someone rings me to say, hey, I've had issues with my doctor, can you recommend another one? Well, I don't get on my computer and enter a timesheet to say I spent 15 minutes discussing the referral of a client to a new provider, researching, etc. It's part of the work that we do. if someone said, I've had a motor vehicle accident in Queensland, you're doing my DVA claim, can you help me? I say, no, I can't. I don't practice in personal injury in Queensland.
Okay, so you're very clear about the provision of legal services as compared to non-legal services. Okay.
And even that extends, DVA paid $3,200 for legal and financial advice. And I make it very clear with those decisions for permanent impairment lump sums, you can obtain financial advice. I'll split the costs that DVA are providing with a financial advisor. I can give you some indicative calculations of the decision that you're making. But ultimately, and this is put in writing, if you are relying on this, it's only indicative, and if you want specialist financial advice, that's what you must obtain.
All right, thank you very much, Mr Isolani. I'll just briefly go to Ms Hennessy. Any observations or recommendations to the committee on how things can be markedly improved?
Absolutely happy to offer some comment here. Obviously, the DVA claims, there are a multitude of issues systemically. I think that I'm certainly not qualified to comment on how we might overhaul an entire system. But as has been noted previously with the VETS legislation coming through mid-next year, we do hope to see some change here. What I can certainly comment on is, I guess, more of this regulatory piece and accountability in a sense. So that's a large part of the work that we've been putting in place as an institute is this code of conduct for any of our members. Obviously, it is voluntary at this time, but the motivation behind putting something like that in place for members is so that there's recourse for veterans or family members if they've had a poor experience. While we hope that our members are always going to be acting ethically and in the best interest of the people that they serve, you personally have spent many years in the sector across different organisations and different roles, that sometimes things go wrong and not everybody has a great experience. But currently, regardless of the support that the veteran is accessing, there's no recourse. There's no pipeline for them to go and say, hey, this is what happened. Here was my experience and what can we do about it? So our code of conduct is very clear and all of our members are very much aware that they're signing on to that as they join the Institute. It is our intention that as the Institute grows, we will amend that main document to ensure that it's keeping up with the needs of the community, but also to place appendices on that as well for certain professions. It's not going to solve every problem, but at least there is some form of recourse for veterans, somewhere to go to if they have a poor experience. And this is across your ex-service organisations, lawyers, fee-for-service advocates, whatever program they're accessing. So we've certainly found that this is also a way for us to know who is willing to act ethically in this space as well, because it is voluntary. That if they're not willing to sign on to that code of conduct, well, that raises some questions that we look to investigate as to whether or not they'd even be welcome in the membership down the track. So certainly happy to comment further on that, but that's a huge piece of work that we've been doing.
Thanks, Ms Hennessy. I'll now hand over to Senator Collins.
Thank you. Mr Isolani, I firstly want to thank you for your submission. I very much appreciated all the context that you put about the advocacy landscape. I wanted to ask very quickly about the weekly payments and that being converted into a lump sum, and whether there's any material advantage to the advocacy services who are asking for a commission based on the lump sum. Is there an incentive to push them into that decision to take the lump sum in its entirety over the partly, the part weekly payment and part compensation, lump sum? Is there a material advantage? Is there an advantage to, and converse to that, is there a material advantage to splitting it? And if so, would it suit the veterans better to not have that commission on the lump sum as the upfront fee?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Senator. In simple terms, there's that obvious question of how we're going to get paid if the veteran doesn't take a lump sum. So that in itself, as a threshold question, infers a conflict of interest, right? Because obviously if you come to me, my model's based on you getting a lump sum because that's how I'm going to get paid, I'm hardly going to promote the weekly payment option. In the standard letter that I have with non-standard paragraphs that go to your decision-making about lump sum versus weekly payment, and as part of the indicative financial legal implications of what goes with the irrevocable election, I highlight if you take the weekly payment up to your expected life expectancy to age 83 or 82 for a female or male to female, it's X amount. So it's very clear. The veteran needs to make an informed decision, because as a lawyer, if I fail to do that, or if I fail to say, if you take that weekly payment and you don't have dependents or an estate and you die, that weekly payment dies with you. You need to know that as well. So that goes to your question about, do I promote a lump sum? I don't promote either decision. I promote people making an informed decision. That's what DVA pay me to do. That's what that $3,200 is. I can show you my fee grant. I can show you that standard part of my letter. Fee-for-service advocates can't. And in fact, my case study that I'm uncertain, and I'm sorry with the limited availability I had with time because of other commitments on the Comcare review, that this fee-for-service advocacy model assumed my client was going to take a lump sum at some future point in time. They estimated what that lump sum would be, and they assumed the veteran would, as I said, take it as a lump sum, whereas they have to make that choice. It's an irrevocable election. So, of course, they're predicated and driven towards making promoting the lump sum as opposed to a weekly payment. Obvious conflict.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Final question, and very briefly too as well. You noted that this is not the first time that the Senate has considered the issue of advocates. I'm just wondering, has a recommendation been made previously to regulate advocates for veterans?
Well, thank you, Senator. In my submission, I talked about the Robert Cornell report that was commissioned, I think following the constant battle inquiry into veteran suicide, which was the predecessor to the, and one of the main impetuses to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. So again, the constant battle identified it. That in turn promoted a review into the advocacy model. That promoted recommendations. Those recommendations, as we're here today, because obviously they haven't gone anywhere. And in fact, the system, I couldn't have envisaged in 2018 how this system would just blow out and become a free-for-all, to be honest. So there have been recommendations. I won't bore the committee. I'm sure you can read them, or the Parliamentary Library could map this out for you.
Yep, no, that's fine. I just wanted to understand whether that particular recommendation about regulating them, whether that was in those previous reviews.
Look, to my knowledge, I can take it on notice, Senator, but I can only make reference to the Connell report, which I did in passing and without great detail in my submission, but I can take that on notice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you to our witnesses today for appearing. For any questions on notice, could you please provide those by 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 7th of October. We will now adjourn for lunch. Thank you. is now in session, and I welcome representatives from RSL Victoria, RSL New South Wales and RSL Lifecare. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Commencing with you, Ms Muir.
Janet Muir, CEO of RSL Lifecare.
James Dallas, RSL Lifecare, representing the Veteran Services Arm.
And we have RSL Victoria.
Yes, Senator James Weston, representing RSL Victoria.
Thanks, Mr Weston. And RSL New South Wales?
Yes, Senator. David McCann, representing RSL New South Wales, and my colleague, Mr Isaac Alton.
And both from RSL New South Wales?
Yes, that's correct. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite you to make a brief opening statement. If it's long, then we would be appreciate if the statement could be tabled. But starting with RSL Lifecare.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. RSL Lifecare is a leading not-for-profit organisation with a proud history of serving veterans and seniors for over 110 years. We operate 9 veteran and family hubs across New South Wales and ACT, with additional hubs under development. These hubs provide free advocacy services to veterans and their families. Beyond our physical locations, we deliver assistance through telephone and online services. Our team operates under a strong governance framework and receives ongoing training to ensure advocacy that is consistent and of a high quality. Our submission highlights the risks and opportunities in the current advocacy landscape, and we put forward 4 key recommendations. First, to mandate national accreditation and professional standards. Accreditation must be universal, not voluntary, with the Institute of Veteran Advocates as the responsible independent authority. Second, regulate commercial fee-based advocacy. In the past year, nearly 20% of claims were lodged by fee-for-service providers, with commissions we have heard above 20%. Clear safeguards are needed, but we recommend prohibiting contingency or commission-based charging on statutory entitlements and requiring transparent upfront fee disclosure, requiring all providers to hold national accreditation and to comply with a single enforceable code of conduct, setting standards for lodgement to prevent low evidence bulk submissions that delay outcomes, and mandating reporting, audit and a complaints pathway through an independent oversight body. Third, expand funding for non-for-profit advocacy. Properly resourced ESO advocacy will ensure free, expert representation at every stage of the process. Current reliance on the BEST program is unsustainable. Mentoring and supervision demands are stretching volunteers, and the advocate cohort is ageing, and our recruitment pipeline is weak. We recommend a review of BEST with multi-year index funding tied to caseload complexity, dedicated funding for supervision, mentoring and CPD, support for smaller and regional ESOs to stay active, targeted investment in recruitment, and outcome measures that prioritise quality submissions and timely resolutions. And finally, we ask the committee to recognise that advocacy must never be reduced to the lodgement of the claim alone. Every interaction with a veteran should be holistic and a person-centred conversation that looks beyond the paperwork to the broader realities of life and wellbeing. At RSL Lifecare, we're committed to ensuring that every veteran who comes to us receives a comprehensive needs assessment. Too often, an initial inquiry about a claim reveals deeper challenges, whether in employment, housing, mental health or financial security. By taking the time to understand the full picture, we can either provide direct assistance or connect veterans to our partner ESOs for specialist support. One powerful example comes from a veteran in his early 50s who came to one of our regional veteran and family hubs seeking help with a DVA claim. Our assessment revealed a history of suicide attempts and homelessness. Through our team's intervention, he received financial assistance for essentials, such as new glasses and car tyres. He was linked to Open Arms for mental health support and accessed transitional housing through our Homes for Heroes program, including funding for bond and rent. We then supported him to navigate and finalise his DVA claim, which resulted in a permanent impairment payment. Today, that same veteran has purchased his own home, enjoys stability, and is in a much stronger position mentally and financially. His story demonstrates that a person-centred care works and that advocacy, when done properly, must extend beyond the claim and really look at the full needs that looks at the veteran's dignity and wellbeing. In closing, RSL Lifecare stands ready to partner with you, with the government and with other ESOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Muir. I'll go to RSL Victoria next, but just to Mr McCann, I'm just wondering whether you could disconnect and reconnect because your video is flashing on and off at this end. So if you could just, hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me, Mr McCann? Doesn't sound like Mr McCann can hear us.
Yes, I've got you.
Oh, so fabulous. Mr McCann,
yes.
Could you just disconnect your video conferencing and reconnect because we're having the video flashing on and off? That would be terrific. But I'll now go... Thank you. And I'll now go to RSL Victoria. Mr Weston, do you have an opening statement, Mr Weston?
Thank you, Senator. I'll forego an opening statement in view of time constraints, if that's okay. I think
all right, thank you.
It's comprehensive.
Thank you. And do we have one from RSL New South Wales? Mr McCann or Mr Oland, do you have an opening statement?
Mr McCann's not there. I'll provide the opening statement, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of RSL New South Wales and to contribute to this critical inquiry. For more than a century, RSL New South Wales has supported veterans and their families across New South Wales. And today we act as the umbrella organisation for a majority of ATDP accredited advocates in the state. We endorse more than 80 advocates who work on the front line of that system. We understand that lodging a claim with the Department of Veterans Affairs or appealing a decision through the VRB is often an overwhelming and confusing process, especially for those already facing physical injuries, psychological trauma or social isolation. We believe that advocacy services remain vital in helping veterans navigate these complex systems and access the support they are entitled to. But we also believe that the system that underpins this advocacy is struggling to be sustainable. Since the introduction of the ATDP in 2016, we've seen a steady and concerning decline in the number of our volunteer advocates. And our submission identifies several areas in need of urgent reform. These include the governance and funding of the advocacy program, the standards and supervision of advocates, and the growing involvement of commercial fee-for-service providers. We want to be clear, veterans should never have to pay for advocacy services that help them access their lawful entitlements. We're seeing a concerning increase in unregulated commercial operators, some of whom charge fees or take commissions for compensation payments. And we believe these arrangements are at odds with the principles of equitable access and pose a serious risk to vulnerable veterans. They also create perverse incentives where the business model depends on pushing for lump sum payments rather than the most appropriate rehabilitation or pension-based outcome. We acknowledge that some veterans may choose to seek legal representation and we respect that right, but we strongly recommend the government regulate this emerging commercial advocacy market, just as ATDP does with volunteer and fee-free advocates, to ensure quality, ethical standards and accountability. In light of the upcoming Vets Act, it's critical that advocacy services are strengthened and not sidelined. Simply simplifying the legislation will not remove the need for experienced, culturally competent, trauma-informed advocates. On the contrary, we believe it will require even more investment in training, workforce support and integration with other veteran services. Without greater government support, the decline in advocate numbers will continue and veterans will increasingly turn to commercial alternatives, often unaware of the cost or the availability of free services. We support the government's commitment to establish the Institute of Veterans Advocates as the oversight body for advocacy services, but we also believe the Institute must be properly funded and empowered to provide consistent national standards of training alongside robust supervision and performance management. We urge the government to, during the Royal Commission, the Defence and Veteran Legal Service provided free trauma-informed legal support. That service ended with the Commission and no replacement has been established. This has also left a dangerous gap in legal coverage for veterans, particularly in rural and remote areas. We urge government to expand public legal services such as the Veterans Advocacy Service at Legal Aid New South Wales and to consider the establishment of a national Veterans Legal Service. These services must be accessible, independent and tailored to the complex needs of the veteran community. In closing, we offer the following key recommendations: that fee charging advocacy be properly regulated to protect vulnerable veterans, that professional fee-free advocacy be funded and expanded through ESOs, that the Institute of Veterans Advocates be fully resourced to lead the sector, that training be modernised and aligned with the new Vets Act, that ESOs be properly supported to deliver culturally competent services, that legal assistance be expanded nationwide, particularly in regional areas, and that the veteran advocacy sector be included in all future system reforms and legislative changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Olin. I will now hand over to Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Olin, there was a lot in your submission, and as you articulated in your opening statement. If I understand you correctly, your preferred outcome, whatever that model that may be, is that the veteran does not have to spend any money to access their entitlements. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct, Senator.
So if you take that to its logical conclusion, you either forbid any advocacy or profit, or other than obviously legal fees, or you build a network of volunteers or professionals that are underwritten by the state. Is that a fair proposition? Is that the choice?
That is a fair proposition, Senator, and I think it's fair to say that we support the second of those two options.
Can you, for the benefit of the committee, can you just set out what you see as the role of the advocate? And I'm coming here from, it's been put to us that it's not just legal, it's more than legal, it involves support or encouragement, a variety of accessing of services. So for the purposes of the committee, can you just give us a quick snapshot of what a perfect advocate should do?
A perfect advocate should be highly trained, culturally competent. They should assist a veteran during the claims entitlements process. They should also be able to refer that veteran on to potentially other advocates or other services to go wider than just their claims entitlements. So linking them in with the wellbeing services that they require for that holistic care that was mentioned in Ms Muir's opening statement. Additionally, they are, in the vast majority of cases with our volunteers, they have lived experience of the veteran experience or the family experience, and to provide a holding hand, a friendly face, that first port of call for a veteran looking to access the DVA entitlement system, I think is also incredibly important.
Do you have any statistics or able to assist us with how many, from your perspective, would need legal advice, either in addition to an advocate or in place of an advocate? I'm thinking here, it's probably an unfair question, but I'm trying to understand, how much on a pie graph a veteran's going to need to go to a lawyer because of complexity, I assume, versus an advocate who's going to guide them through the system, leave aside the other social and other supports, if I put it that way. Do you have any insights for us or anyone else on the panel? But I'll start with you, Mr. Ireland.
No, not myself, Senator.
Not sure if anyone else would like to comment, because there's a sort of a division of labour here that I'm trying to understand.
I'm sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the question again, sorry?
Well, I'm interested, there are two types of advocate. There's the holistic one that guides them through the service and can provide supports other than legal. And then there are also lawyers that are assisting in facilitating an outcome for their claim, their relative claims. And some of the roles are intertwined, and some of the perspectives which we've heard today are sort of symbiotic, if I can put it that way. So I'm just trying to understand, should we be looking at, in addition to regulating for-profit advocates or advocates more generally, the legal profession will still stand outside of that, and what is the division of labour? What's the sense of the division of labour? Does everyone end up going to a lawyer, or is a good proportion that are happy with an advocate?
Just before we go to the answer, anyone who's not speaking on video conference, could you just mute your audio, please? We're just getting a bit of interference. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. I don't subscribe to I'm a lawyer myself. I'm employed as a manager with RSL Victoria, but I hold a current practicing certificate, and I do some pro bono work for veterans. That's outside the advocacy space. We provide an advocacy service, however, that's staffed wholly by advocates, notwithstanding a couple hold legal qualifications. I don't have an issue with lawyers offering a service. I think there is a place for them, but I think that this is not a situation where the advocacy space should be surrendered to the legal profession. I think that's simply going to add cost and complexity to the situation, and then there's going to be obviously somebody clipping the ticket at every stage. Our services are offered completely free of charge, irrespective of what services are provided, and they don't simply range from compensation advocacy. The process that we adopt, and if you'd indulge me for a minute, is if a veteran makes contact with us, with our first point of call is an intake through what we call our navigation team, Veteran Central, and they will then get a brief, rundown from that veteran as to what the needs are, and often they will identify, yes, they do have a need for some compensation advocacy, but they're also homeless, or they're also under financial pressure. They may be having health issues. They may be having, any societal issue that you can think of. So we will then plug them into services and providers that, if we don't offer that service ourselves, we will then make sure that they are provided to an appropriate support agency that can support them. Now, that differs very differently to the commercial fee-for-service arrangements, which is wholly centred around the profit centre. And I'll give you a de-identified example, and it's a very tragic one. We recently became involved with a family whose husband and father had, a husband and a father, and he tragically committed suicide. What transpired once we started talking to that family was that veteran had gone to a fee-for-service provider, and they had done a perfunctory claim for them, which in my opinion was lacking in quality and quantity. It was subsequently unsuccessful, and he was left with nothing. He then reached out to another organisation who offered him some support, but what became apparent tragically after his death was he was experiencing not only severe mental health problems, he wasn't working, he had not paid the mortgage in several months, and these things were ultimately what contributed to his death. At no stage did the paid service say to him, "You're entitled to fortnight payments, which will help you survive." because there's no incentive for them to do that because they can't charge a percentage of a fortnightly fee. So he was never made aware of that service that DVA offered to him. We routinely cover mortgage payments, pay off credit card debts, all of that sort of things, which is what the Anzac appeal covers. That money is raised to support veterans directly. Had that veteran come to us in the first place, we would have made sure that he was financially secure. We would have made sure that he had a fortnightly income to support him and his family. But he wasn't aware of that. We weren't aware of him tragically until after his passing. And there was no attempt made by this particular organisation, the fee-for-service provider, to even ascertain his background or refer him to any services whatsoever. So I think that's one thing that's lost in all of this, that it's not just about a cheque from DVA, it's making sure that person becomes as whole as they can be and have a life after this issue. We get young veterans who are in their early 30s. They've got 50, 60 years to live, and we don't want their current circumstances to define them for the rest of their lives. We want to get them in a position where they're just back to being a functioning member of society with a future that is bright. I think once the payment arrives from DVA, essentially what I see from many of these organisations is all interest is lost once the cheque clears, and it's best of luck, see you later. We would never do that.
I might just stay with you, Mr. Weston. Is there anything from a structural perspective on DVA's side that we should look at advocating for improvement to assist the veteran? Either from a simplification process, because there's two sides of the ledger. One is you need an advocate to assist a veteran in need, but there's also, as far as I can assess, plenty of advocacy to navigate the system. So have you formed any views that there are some simple changes to the system that would make life easier, or too big a question?
I used to practice in taxation law, and the DVA compensation system is more complex than that. I think a very good first step is the consolidation of the 3 acts into the new act coming out, the new Mercer Act in July next year. In conjunction with that, there's going to be, as I understand it, a list of a presumptive legislation, so you won't have to prove liability in order to retain treatment. I think that's going to go an enormous way to potentially simplifying this. I've yet to see the full list of conditions, so I'll reserve judgment until that occurs. Look, there is a cultural shift with DVA, and look, it's almost popularist to let's all beat DVA up. Now, I deal with DVA on a regular basis at a moderately senior level, and I can see that there is a culture of change in DVA, and that oil tanker is slowly turning. But I can from my observations, there is tremendous dedication and commitment from the leaders in DVA to bring about change, and it's a pleasant thing to see. I think some of the deep-seated cultural stuff is at a lower level, though, amongst the delegates, and there are some delegates that I deal with who still maintain the mantra of, I have to say no, I'll look for a way to decline this claim. There's still work to be done there. However, it is changing with some of the newer staff members that are coming on board. I'm going to caveat that, and I'm expressing this, and I'm trying to tiptoe this delicately because it could be misconstrued. There is often reported to me that veterans get very frustrated dealing with delegates, and sometimes I think that's a result of the delegates not being sufficiently trained themselves to understand the same legislation. And I also think sometimes there's communication barriers, because we do have some DVA staff whose English is a second language, and some of the complexities of the English language, particularly when dealing with medical terminology, can be difficult at times to communicate. And if you're dealing with a veteran who's not travelling too well with their mental health, that can be triggering for them. So that's another issue, I think, that it's an elephant in the room, but I think it's one that, it needs to be discussed. There's also issues around just the simple caseload that DVA are carrying, and whilst I understand that the unallocated wait list has been dispensed with, that's not to say there's not a waiting list at DVA. There is a significant waiting list at DVA, and it's simply the terminology is quite creative, with greatest respect to the government. No caseload is not the same thing as an unallocated caseload. If you pick it all up and put it on someone's desk and say, there's your caseload now, it's no longer in the queue, but the to-do pile is this high, it's still there. And if you look at DVA, the website, they publish those statistics, and I think there was around 90,000 the last time I looked. It varies between 75 and 90, and I think they're getting through 2,000 a week, and they're receiving 2,600 claims a week. So obviously the claims are ever increasing. So look, yeah, I would like to wave a magic wand and fix this, Senator, but I think it's a far more convoluted discussion than we had for today. So
I'll return the call to the Chair.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. My question's initially to Mr Weston. In relation to your submission, and sorry if I'm being obtuse about this, but we oppose any commercial entity being able to provide advocacy service on a fee-for-service basis where profit is the underlying agenda. Do I understand that sentence, or that part of a sentence, as meaning if it was a not-profit organisation that was nevertheless providing a fee-for-service, that would be okay, or you're against fee-for-services at large?
Absolutely, we're against fee-for-services. This started, as a cottage industry, and it's now grown to be, a very large one. And I used to keep track of the 8 of the new advocate companies that's starting up, and I've run out of time to keep tracking them. And some of them are very, very complex in their structure. There are 2 particularly, and with the indulgence of this committee, I do intend to refer to 2 companies by name, and I do that in the understanding they would be given a right of reply. But I think that this is something that the Senate should be aware of and this committee should be aware of. I'll preface that, and I'm not linking these 2 things, but I did make the point, and I did write to the Senate back on the 11th of November. RSL Victoria wrote to all senators and all members of Parliament, expressing a similar incident of sentiment in respect to the Institute of Veterans Advocates being established. So these things I would hope are not new to this committee, because they received correspondence about 6 months ago on these very issues. You can be released from prison for committing NDIS fraud on Monday morning and establish yourself as an advocate service on Monday afternoon. And you can operate with impunity because there's no regulation that governs this sector. You can charge whatever fees you like. You can establish any corporate structure that you like. And if you receive complaints, you basically can tell those clients to go jump, because there's no body that is currently empowered or able to regulate your conduct. And that includes the charging for services. Now, I did hear some interesting evidence this morning from NAVA in relation to their code of conduct, and which is non-binding, I would add. But I do make an interesting observation, Senators, and I conducted these ASIC checks whilst the hearing was underway. So the directors of NAVA, there's 3 directors of NAVA, one of whom is a man by the name of Luke Joshua Armstrong. Now, Luke Joshua Armstrong is also the director and CEO of a company known as Catherine Stanford Consulting, alternatively known as KSC Claims. They now operate another company called KSC Veterans Support Proprietary.
Sorry, Mr Watson, you might want to explain that situation to the committee, how these were the group that were operating from Singapore before they've been told to get, you might, sorry, I just wanted to, sorry.
I'll come to that. So KSC Claims, Catherine Stanford Consulting, PTE Limited, was a company domiciled in Singapore. And it was established by 2 former Air Force veterans, I'm informed, Mr Dumas and Mr Armstrong. Now, I heard evidence earlier that they now are operating under an Australian ACN, and the timing is quite interesting in respect to that, because this new company, the Australian KSC Veterans Support, was formed on the 26th of June this year. I lodged my submission to this inquiry back in May, and on the 6th of June I received a LinkedIn conversation from Mr Armstrong inviting me to collaborate with him, which I promptly ignored. And I note that subsequently to my submission being published, and a number of others that sort of obliquely referred to this business practice, they withdrew from the Singapore operation and domiciled themselves in Australia. Mr Armstrong, as I said, is also a director of the National Association for Veterans Advocacy, the body that you heard from this morning, although interestingly his own privately operated advocacy service is not a member of NABA, because I understand from discussions with various veterans they charge fees of up to 15%. So this is, the sort of the structure that allows and is allowed to take place in an unregulated market. KSC claims, the last time I checked, had over a dozen cases in the Queensland courts where they were suing veterans for defamation, which ostensibly arose from, mildly critical comments made of them on Facebook by veterans who said, "I don't deal with them. I've had a bad run with them. I would go elsewhere if I was you." I'm not sure about the efficacy of suing a vulnerable, often mentally ill veteran for defamation. It's something I find to be reprehensible. So that's the first organisation that I'd like to bring to the attention of this committee. I'd also like to bring the attention to an organisation that operates under, at the moment, over 140 private entities, 84 of which are somehow connected to the veteran ecosystem. And this is a company that is run by a group of individuals, including a gentleman by the name of Thomas Bailey, another man by the name of Nicholas Flanagan, another man by the name of Brodie Moore. And there are some others who are affiliated with some of these companies as either directors or shareholders. These gentlemen operate, their primary vehicle was a company called Veterans Benefits Australia. Now, Veterans Benefits Australia offers holistic support for veterans, including claims. They would refer to allied health providers. You name the veteran service that could be billed for, they would refer to that service, and they would own a company. And I'm looking at, I've got a 3-page spreadsheet in front of me.
Yeah, Mr Weston, it's the chair here, sorry. I'm just going to cut in. The information you're providing is very valuable. Could you just perhaps complete your answer?
Happy to truncate it.
And just quickly sum up your concern in relation to the second company. And could you provide any further information on notice to the committee? I mean, what you're telling us is very important, but I'm just very mindful of time.
I do apologise, Senator. You've got me on my high horse here. These companies, there's a company called Classics for a Cause that purports to raise money to help veterans by running car companies. It's controlled by Mr Bailey. There's a charity known as Salute for Service who's recently received $250,000 from DVA to provide support services. As I understand it, they provide you with connections to the services that you need. My understanding is that all of the connections that they provide you to are owned by them. So they will provide you to refer you to their advocacy company, their medical providers, their psychiatric assessment service, a company called by the name of MediLinks. Concerningly, and this is an issue that I wanted to raise independently of these companies, there is a growing propensity to refer veterans who are very vulnerable to medicinal cannabis suppliers. And I'm aware of individuals who've been offered several $1,000s to refer an individual. I'm also aware of doctors who've been offered $100,000 in cash to refer veterans to company to provide medicinal cannabis. This is one of the most egregious things that I've heard in a long time. If nothing comes out of these inquiries, I would hope that some action would be taken to curtail the predatory actions of companies, not just these two that I've mentioned, but others. I would hope that the Senate could do something about this. In my submission, I talk about the need for regulation, and I cite various industries that have been regulated over time when a social ill has been revealed. I would hope that this committee would take similar action.
Thanks very much, Mr Weston.
In the interest of time, I think I'll pass back the call if other senators
All
have
right,
questions.
look, thank you. Look, obviously that's really important information. We are running very short of time, so please, if you could send through any further relevant information, including anything you could send through to us ASAP, because we do have the Department of Veterans Affairs obviously listed as a witness this afternoon as well. Senator Lambie, can I offer you the call very briefly?
No, I think we're doing this. Mr Weston, I'll catch up with you next week. I'm going to ring you today. I'll be in Melbourne, so I haven't caught up with you for a while. You guys, thanks for your service. I was going to ask how Homes for Heroes is going, because conflict of interest. I am a Jeff Evans lover. I think Sarah is too, and we do love him dearly. Is that still really operational, up and going? Because it was a great thing that he did.
It is, and thank you for the acknowledgement, Senator. It is going very well. There's a demand that exceeds our supply, and we do have plans for growth of that already in play across in the Sydney Metro. Also focusing, we're looking towards women veterans as well, are homeless, and then also up the Central Coast to Tweed. So looking regional as well as in Metro, looking for the growth.
Cool.
So thank you, Senator, for the acknowledgement.
No, you're welcome.
Of the
I'll
work
organise
of the
a
team.
meeting with you guys shortly. Just have some problems of my own, so I'll get on to you guys as well in the next few weeks.
Thank you.
So I have no questions.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Just a couple from me to RSL Life Care. Just looking at the recommendations you've made on page 11 of your submission, in terms of regulating commercial fee-based advocacy services, what financial model do you recommend?
So in terms of removing commission and contingency based, it would be an open, transparent model similar to lawyers being very transparent with people about their hourly rates and suggestions and indicative quotes on the type of work that will be undertaken. The key part, of course, is whilst you're actually transparent about the cost structure and estimates of fees, what I'd like to also highlight for the committee is we're dealing with vulnerable persons. And coming from an experience of working with aged as well as veterans, is one thing is about handing them transparent information, but also for the committee to consider how are we making sure that the veteran understands the information that they're being provided as well.
So what concerns me about that model is it's uncapped. So unlike, say, a legal practitioner, where there are very strict obligations insofar as how that legal practitioner operates, there's a professional indemnity scheme, lots of safeguards and protections, an hourly rate for a matter that may go on for a number of years could result in perhaps a $100,000 compensation payment with $50,000 of fees. How do you avoid that sort of situation occurring?
Senator, I think there's merit in having the capped value that's been suggested by the others that provide fee service-based.
And what about the mandating of a national accreditation and standard for advocates? Do you support?
We support that, Senator.
Yes, you've made that recommendation, but do you support a regulatory framework similar to how migration agents are regulated?
I'm not familiar with the migration agent, Senator, if I could take that question on notice.
You've also proposed an expansion of funding for not-for-profit advocacy services. How much more money do you believe is required? And what is currently provided to services and how much more money is required? Because we have heard today that some of the RSLs have got a lot of financial resources. So where is the gap?
If I can, I have not done the financial modelling of that, Senator, so if I could take that question on notice. But I do support that there are insufficient, well-qualified professional advocates available for our veterans.
Could I ask this of anyone, any of the witnesses? I mean, we have heard of some really disturbing circumstances where veterans have been grossly ripped off by so-called cowboys, perhaps a few cowgirls as well. How serious is this situation, and how urgently does the government need to act?
Did you want to respond?
Yeah. As raised in the opening statement by Janet Muir, she has highlighted the dramatic increase in fee-for-service providers. These are statistics that have been raised publicly by DVA. This is highlighting the growing concern of fee-for-service providers, and with lack of regulation to be applied to this sector, we would only anticipate this to continue to grow. There are significant providers out there providing free, high-quality, high-governance services, that including RSL Life Care, throughout our network of veteran and family hubs and through our head office. This is a historic service that we hope is able to be retained into the future and move away from this growth of fee-for-service providers.
To RSL New South Wales, how urgent is this situation?
We would suggest it's incredibly urgent, and the ability to recruit, train, mentor sufficient advocates, voluntary or paid, is something that is a pipeline that takes years. So to start today to appropriately support that, I think is incredibly important.
And Mr Weston, do you have any comment on the urgency to act?
I would just echo the views of my colleagues. One of the issues, and I'll shoot myself on the foot here, one of the reasons for the growth of advocacy fee-for-service providers has been a dearth of qualified advocates in the sector. And if you read my submission, I talk about the inability of a legally trained professional to attend at the VRB, which would arbitrarily curtail my ability to recruit good quality, well-trained people who may have a background that's conducive towards being an advocate, but they're artificially restrained. And I did submit numerous submissions to the Royal Commission and others about removing that impost for pro bono practitioners or someone like myself who's a qualified lawyer but works for a charity to attend at the VRB, because that would enable me also to have a cohort of advocates who would attend at the ART. At the moment, we have one person that we can send to the ART in the whole of Victoria.
Who's on the other side of the ART against us? Can you just explain that to the committee?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
We're not allowed to take our own in. Thank you.
Yeah, and look, the discussions I have with I have one advocate that deals with the ART. They would usually be up against the AGA, the Australian Government Solicitor, the AGS, or a company like Spark Helmore or others who are on the panels. They are very well resourced. We are under-resourced. So we generally find ourselves, it's a David and Goliath battle. I would very much like to be able to have a cohort of legally trained people, because often we can resolve these things. And I've done it numerous times. I'll send a nasty lawyer's letter to DVA saying, you're completely wrong, this is the case law that says you're completely wrong, so on and so forth, and I'll get a letter back saying, oh, sorry, yes, we've made a mistake, we'll agree with that.
Mr Weston, I'm sorry to cut in, but just because we've got to finish up, we're well over our time. So look, I'm really looking forward to receiving that further information on notice. That's very important, so thank you. And thank you to all of our witnesses today. We are most grateful to you for appearing. And if you could provide any response to questions on notice, and of course the documentation to which we have referred by 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 7th of October. I would now ask witnesses on video conference to disconnect, and of course you can continue to observe the hearing through the parliamentary website. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd now like to call to the table the Veterans Advocacy Service, Legal Aid New South Wales, Foundation of the Totally and Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women of Australia, and the Australian Special Air Service Association.
Thank you very much.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'm just going to ask everyone to turn their audio off on video conference because we're getting feedback, please. For the Hansard record, would each of you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Starting with starting with the Veterans Advocacy Service, Legal Aid New South Wales.
I'm Nicholas Warren. I'm a non-lawyer advocate at the Veterans Advocacy Service, Legal Aid New South Wales.
I'm Jared McAleese, a senior solicitor, Wales.
Sorry, what did he say?
Yeah, we just had an audio problem, Mr McAleese. So you are a senior solicitor with the Veterans Advocacy Service, Legal New South Wales.
Yes.
Thank you. And now to the Federation of the Totally and Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women of Australia.
Scott Jeffrey. I'm the National President of TPI, also an advocate and welfare officer. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much. Yep. And to the Australian Special Air Service Association. We don't have Mr Hunter online as yet, so we'll try and get him on the call. Could I ask if you have any opening statements, firstly to Legal Aid New South Wales?
Thank you, yes. We'd like to begin by sharing a recent client's experience with the fee-for-service advocacy from an email that was sent just this week. Our female client writes, "When I first applied and interviewed with the owner of the advocacy business, I was promised comprehensive support. At the time, I had a newborn baby, my mental health was fragile, and my family was overwhelmed. I had previously worked with an ESO advocate who was clearly overburdened, so I was hopeful that the for-profit advocate would provide the help I needed. Unfortunately, the reality was very different. While they initially booked GP appointments and forwarded communications about those, any correspondence from DVA was simply passed on to me without any guidance or support. I was left to fill out forms and navigate complex processes alone. These were the very things I had expected from an advocacy service and was told by the owner that they would assist with. At no point was I offered the kind of advocacy support I expected, especially around wellbeing. Their assistance seemed limited strictly to compensation-related matters, and even then, communication was minimal. I often received no response unless they were forwarding an email from DVA. When I asked questions about my claim, I was repeatedly told to look up the SOP, which felt dismissive and unhelpful. Overall, I feel misled and taken advantage of during one of the most vulnerable periods of my life. Discharging from defence is often when veterans are at their lowest mentally and emotionally. We need real support, not just promises. What I experienced was not advocacy, it was a transactional service that failed to deliver on its commitments." That's the end of the quote. Unfortunately, this client's experience is not isolated for us. We're encountering similar scenarios with increasing frequency. For this particular client, if they break the contract, what break fee might apply is unclear from the terms of that contract. Veterans come to us for advice about their contracts and whether there's any way out when they are disappointed in the service delivered. The contractual terms we've seen include contingency fees based on the veteran's lifetime compensation and so lack transparency, as you've previously noted, and break fees which can amount to thousands of dollars when the scope of work hasn't been completed or even begun. Our concerns about the for-profit providers can be summarised as, first, they are not regulated or licensed with little accountability for the quality of their work or the fees they are charging. That contrasts with lawyers who are licensed and regulated and therefore accountable and prohibited across Australia from charging contingency fees. These for-profit businesses only deal with compensation claims, which raises ethical concerns as they are incentivised to make as many claims as possible to maximise their fees, regardless of merit. This may not be in the veteran's interests due to offsetting or interaction with other schemes like multi-act entitlements or superannuation. They also neglect other supports and services that don't result in financial compensation, which would still benefit veterans. Finally, we'd like to add our recommendation 2 in the submission we wrote to the Minister for Veterans Affairs in April 2024, responding to the exposure draft consultation on the proposed Vets Bill for the committee's consideration. A copy of this submission has been provided to the committee, and the relevant part begins at the bottom of page 4. We would welcome any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you. And Mr Jeffrey, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, Chair. The TPI Federation functions as a not-for-profit charity driven by lived experiences, ethical responsibilities, and the commitment to relationships. We do not seek publicly or profit. We are present personally, and for these reasons, we no longer advocate for we provide advocacy for those that can't provide for themselves. The TPI Federation of Australia is currently, by the nature of our name, under the Veterans Entitlement Act, don't need advocates currently. However, under MERCA, where there has been a need for advocates to come back into the TPI Federation. This is simply due to the TPI being at the 50-point mark, and veterans can go up to the 80-point mark. We also provide welfare checks and welfare hospital visitation checks throughout South Australia and other states. We are currently not against fee-for-service, but we would like to see the outcome. The only money we get provided by the government was $22,000 to provide advocacy services across Australia. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Jeffrey. Now, Mr Hunter has joined us via video conference. Mr Hunter, if you could just introduce yourself, provide information as to the capacity in which you are appearing, and please, if you have a brief opening statement, if you could share that with us.
Sure. I'm just checking. You sound check. You got me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Bob Hunter, I am the Vice Chairman of the Australian SAS Association. I'm appearing in that capacity as representative of our association that provides, in this context, advocacy services through to our members as they transition or have been out of military service for quite some time. We have a network of state branches across Australia, barring representation in the Northern Territory and Tasmania. All of our advocacy services are provided by our volunteers at different levels of experience and qualification. Our general position is based on observed experience of recent members who departed service, particularly post their Afghanistan service. A number of them utilised paid advocacy services, and we have a number of experiences where those paid services, while seeming to provide an advantageous and quick mechanism for those receiving the services, the ultimate end state of that was they also then received a limited payout or poor advice on the financial implications associated with that service. I provided a whole bunch of specific context or comments in our submission to this body.
Yeah, I do have one.
I'm just wondering, I'll start by asking each of you, are you able to discuss or raise any particular cases, apart from what's already been raised, as to which illustrate the need for urgent action and urgent changes in the law to govern the way veterans are supported, particularly with their compensation claims?
If I may,
you ask, yep.
Is that an open question?
Yes, please.
Okay. think the point that I'd like to highlight is just how outrageously profitable these companies can be and how completely unrelated to the amount of work their fees are. We have analysed one contract, I won't name the company, but their break fee after liability has been accepted is based on their claim that the average payout of PI from DVA is $300,000. They charge 9% plus GST. So their break fee is $27,000 plus 2,700 GST, regardless of what the payout to the client is. This way of charging is outrageously profitable if you take those figures and apply it to a reasonable workload for a small company. Those companies are anticipating annual incomes individually greater than the funding to all of the ESOs combined. Through the best funding, there's just under $5 million a year provided, but a couple of the companies that have been mentioned so far have reasonably large staff numbers. They could be expected to be doing a couple of hundred claims a year and therefore anticipating ripping off veterans. I'll agree with you, Senator Henderson. They're taking money from the compensation scheme that was designed on the assumption that nobody but the veteran would be benefiting. It's not the same as workers' comp or accident insurance, where there's an assumption that there will be lawyers taking fees. The Parliament's intention in designing the permanent impairment compensation system was that 100% of the compensation would match the degree of injury of the veteran. Now, as New South Wales RSL gave in their witness, we're seeing an absolute proliferation of these companies with no guarantee of training or quality, but the honeypot that they're being attracted to is the idea that they can get away with these fees. I was very interested in Ms. Ibbott's evidence, where quite clearly
Mr. Warren, we've just lost your camera. Please go on, if we can hopefully hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was just reflecting on some evidence to you earlier today from Ms. Ibbott, where she has shown that you can absolutely run a company sustainably on way lower levels of fees. The additional submission that we attached for the committee's consideration does suggest a fee structure similar to workers' comp, where you can charge for an activity. So for those easy claims, the fees would be low. For the very, very difficult claims where a lot of activity is required, that system would be scalable, and for the more difficult, longer term assistance, you would get more fees. We would recommend that the committee seriously considers that kind of regulation, specific fee schedules for activity, and that would be scalable and responsive to the degree of work that these companies do.
Mr. Warren, how much money are we talking about? Is there any way of quantifying how many for-profit services there are and how much money is being fleeced from veterans?
If you take the... Sorry, Joe.
Sorry, just to interrupt. Just to give you an idea of the compensation we help win for veterans ourselves, last financial year we helped win more than $11 million in compensation. And that involves, it's hard to say, normally we help around 300 veterans a year. Not all those veterans had successful claims for PI, for permanent impairment. But if a fee-for-service provider is helping many veterans claim permanent impairment compensation each year, that can give you an idea as to how much compensation might be involved.
Okay.
as a total figure. They would charge a percentage of that, presumably. So if they're charging 9%, then if they've helped win $11 million in a financial year, logic would suggest it would be 9% of 11 million. I would just like to go back to Nick's point earlier about the break fee in the contract for that fee-for-service provider. It was quite misleading because they alleged that the average payout for a compensation claim is $300,000. Now, I don't know where they've got that figure from, because in our experience, that's more like the 90th plus percentile of compensation payouts for severely impaired veterans. So we're concerned that they're using misleading terms here as well.
Okay. And just in terms of going back to you, Mr. Warren, is there any way that you can quantify the total amount that veterans are paying for these services?
It's a little bit frightening when you look at the figures. When you look at the volume of permanent impairment claims that DVA deals with each year, and assume that the private sector people are picking up a reasonable amount of them, if we were just a claims farm and did 300 clients a year, and if, there are a lot of ifs here, if the average payout was $300,000 and we were charging, let's say, 7%, that would give us an income of $6.5 million a year. That's one company. Now, potentially, I mean, I think the committee should inquire with these companies about how many cases and what their turnover is. But we are potentially looking at tens of millions, potentially more than 100 million a year. And that is many, many times what the government is funding the free and the associations like SAS, the TPI Association, Legacy, RSL. It's multiples, and it's completely uncontrolled. There's no limit to how many of these companies at the moment can set themselves up, and there's no limit in how much they can charge, except for sort of market competition. But they seem to have all settled between 5 and 10%. And I would say that level is outrageously profitable and not related to the amount of work it takes just to do claims. The work we do at Veterans Advocacy Service is targeted to the most injured, the most vulnerable, the people who have the most difficulty, and it's all matters to do with DVA and ComSuper. So the figures that Gerard was able to show there is just a small portion of our practice. So nationally, I think the risk to government is they're losing tens of millions of dollars that should be going to veterans.
That is really alarming. Why isn't the government doing more about this? Do you have any insights into the culpability of DVA or the government to allow this to continue on and to see so many veterans being ripped off?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's actually, it's not just DVA, it's Commonwealth Super Corporation as well. When we start talking about the retrospective discharges and you're going back 20, 30 and sometimes up to 40 years, you're talking in the millions of payout. I had one client that was paid out $1.6 million. So if he was 10%, that's a lot of money going towards those sort of things. So when we look at it, it's not just DVA, it is across multiple organisations that need to be brought to the table and say, why are we doing this? I've expressed this to the Secretary and to the Minister on multiple occasions because it is getting to a point, and to be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of going to funerals because that's how it ends up. So the answer is I don't know, to be honest with you.
And so are you saying that the conduct of some of these for-profit organisations is leading to tragic outcomes?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Within, not break any, because I haven't spoken to the member's family since the funeral, but they because they lost a substantial amount of money, and I can speak offline with this with you if you need, they didn't have the money to purchase their house to live in. There's other instances where the DOHAS loan, so the Defence Home Ownership Scheme is not being used correctly, and there's all these other things come into actual perspective of what's going on. Whereas if they had that 10% of the $1.6 million, that could have gone towards buying a house. They could have gone towards these other things, and that's where it comes down. And being veterans and being obviously proud male veterans and all that stuff, we pride ourselves on obviously looking after our families, and some of them, and this is talking to a lot of my cohort, I'm only 51, so I look after all the Rwanda, Cambodia, Somalia veterans as well, is they see it as their failure. They have failed their family because they have lost X amount of dollars, and I'm not talking a couple of dollars, I'm talking hundreds of thousands. So I can submit some more information offline.
Thank you. I'd be really grateful if you could provide information, and you can. It's also open to you to provide information in confidence as well to the committee.
Thank you.
Have there been any consequences in relation to any veteran who has lost a significant amount of money to these providers? Do any witnesses know whether there have been any consequences, meaning any ramifications for the organisation, or they've just been getting off scot-free?
I think, quickly jump in. I think there's a problem because they don't want to be seen to as gone down that path and lost the money. So it's very rare that you hear about it, but you hear it through your friend channels or your mate channels. So I'm hearing it through my cohort of what's going on, so I can provide that information, but you're really not going to hear it publicly because they don't want to be seen as a failure, and that's another part of obviously what's going on.
Mr. Warren, did you have anything to add?
Just actually to your previous question, why has government not acted? A bit above my pay grade, but I would just point out that men and women that go into the military give away a lot of civil liberties, and they volunteer for a role that is pretty much guaranteed to come with some injuries and potentially life-threatening injuries. There's a social contract there that is often repeated at inductions where after your service is finished, we will look after you. Now, I think the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide highlighted that our current failures in living up to our side of that social contract has driven self-harm, loss of life, loss of quality of life, and it is a continuing thing. Now, as to why the specific issues around advocacy have not been addressed, that is bewildering. Just about every report or inquiry that has looked into this have come up with really detailed questions and really detailed answers, recommendations that have just been ignored. Now, the financial cost in the scale of things is not that great. For some serious investment into this area for some of our most deserving people in the country. We spend a lot of money on defence, but not the appropriate money on assisting people get the legal entitlements that they have to compensation. So the cost is people missing out, and now the cost is exploitative companies taking advantage of government's lack of action.
All right. Well, look, I don't have any further questions, and I don't think any other senators do. So I just want to thank you all very much for your time today and for your availability to give evidence. You've raised some very serious concerns. For any questions on notice, could you please provide those responses by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of October? And if you could just disconnect from the video conference and then continue to watch on the parliamentary website. Again, our sincere thanks. We will now adjourn the hearing. We'll go to afternoon tea and resume in 15 minutes. Committee is now in session, and I welcome representatives from the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner and the Institute of Veterans Advocacy. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Kefford, Deputy Secretary, Policy and Programs, Department of Veterans Affairs.
Annabelle Wilson, Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner.
Tara Kavanagh, First Assistant Secretary, Client Benefits Division, DVA.
Adam Whitterman, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Policy and Research Division in DVA.
Thank you very much. And we have... I'm just looking for my program. And the Institute of Veterans Advocacy.
Yes, Senator. Michael Günther Baron von Berg, Interim Chair of the Institute.
Thank you very much, Mr von Berg. Could I ask firstly to the department, do you have an opening statement?
We have a statement that we've provided to the Secretariat, Chair. We're happy to seek your agreement to table it and not
Thank
deliver
you. And that's been circulated. The Secretariat has confirmed. To the Commissioner, do you have an opening statement?
Only to introduce myself as the new Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner and thank you all for your time and the opportunity to be here. I did table an opening statement, but I think in the interest of time, we can move on.
And to the Institute of Veterans Advocacy, do you have an opening statement?
I tabled a statement, Senator, and I'm ready to take questions.
All right, thank you very much. Well, first of all, to the department, today we've heard some very concerning testimony in relation to the way veterans are being treated. And I do note in your submission that you share those concerns, including in relation to DVA's processing capacity, which, as you say, to some extent encouraged the development of advocacy business models and behaviours of concern. You've listed those concerns, but I would appreciate if you could expand on why you are so concerned and, most importantly, what's been done about it.
Thank you, Chair. The primary concern, as is set out in our submission and is shared with some of the other evidence that the committee's heard today, is our scheme is designed to provide support and assistance for people who have chosen to put on the nation's uniform and have become either injured or ill as a result. Our concern is that, particularly in the time since the Interim Royal Commission report and the additional resourcing that has flowed to the department as a result of that, there is an element of the advocacy sector, particularly those entities that charge a commissions-based fee, that have established business practices that are driving outcomes that are primarily financial and not in the interest of veteran wellbeing and welfare. Our concern is to ensure that, to the extent that veterans and their families require assistance to navigate DVA's claims system, that support is provided by entities that have a genuine interest in their welfare and their wellbeing, and there's a long-standing basis on which that's provided via services which are free to the veteran, principally through ex-service organisations. We recognise and value and respect the role that professional bodies, particularly law firms, play in supporting veterans should they choose to pay for that service. Our concern is primarily at the extent to which that commissions-based fee model is meaning that in a scheme where there is no different outcome, the claims are under a statutory scheme based on statutory formulae. The only impact of going through that claims and paying a commission is that the payment to the veteran is less than it would otherwise have been. We are also concerned, and we've set out in the submission, and we're happy to expand this afternoon, that amongst, again, that particular sector of this part of our business, there is and we have observed and determined and responded to, coming to the second part of your question, business practices that seem designed to maximise throughput and activity and billing, rather than, again, focusing on veterans' welfare. We have identified and taken action in relation to artificial bill splitting, to charge multiple reports for single body or single conditions. We have taken action in relation to charges that are well outside what is reasonable to be charged for medical report writing. We have taken action to refer for independent medical examination those claims where there are excessive numbers of conditions being claimed, and that is as much about ensuring that veterans are not subjected to unnecessary diagnostic testing as it is about avoiding unnecessary cost of that testing. We have been working over the last several months, particularly with Mr Von Berg and the other organisations and members of his board, to establish a professional body for veteran advocates, which is entirely independent of the department, but which plays the role, as other organisations do, in ensuring training, quality of service, professional conduct and professional standards amongst veteran advocates. But I'll defer to Mr Von Berg to speak more about the role of that organisation. We have in the background also, Senator, taken action working through the colleagues in the Fraud Fusion Task Force with the Australian Federal Police with our own integrity measures to act on and directly counteract some of the allegedly fraudulent activity or irregular billing activity that we have observed, and we continue to do so. I'm happy to expand on that, Senator, but hopefully that gives you a sense of where we are.
Has there been any action taken by the Federal Police in relation to billing or other improper practices or fraudulent practices?
Senator, you'll understand that I'll choose my words carefully so as to not jeopardise activities that are underway and investigations underway, but yes, it was revealed last week, and there's a matter in the court in Perth at the moment that relates not specifically to claims advocacy but service provision downstream that has been referred for fraud. There are other matters that we have been working on, yes. And one of the other aspects of this relatively new, and certainly the scale is new, of this commissions-based approach to doing business with us is that many of the largest commissions-based fee advocates are also in corporate structures with medical providers, diagnostics providers, and indeed downstream treatment providers, and share common directorships and in some cases premises.
So we've heard some really alarming evidence along those lines, including one company which received a grant from DVA of $150,000 and then proceeded to provide recommendations to veterans to use the services of other companies within their own network, which is grossly improper, I would say a gross breach of fiduciary duties and clearly a complete abuse of the DVA grants process. What is DVA doing, apart from referring some cases to the Federal Police? You talk about integrity measures and the like, but what is being done to substantively change the law so these cowboys cannot continue to operate and rip off literally tens of millions of dollars from veterans?
Well, Senator, there's a range of measures that we can take, starting from reinforcing and educating on expectations to pursuing debt recovery. There are a number of providers that are attached to or are currently on what we describe as manual payment processes, and so that involves where we have identified irregular billing activities. We have placed a number of those entities in a process where what is normally designed to be ease for the veteran in the sense that if they receive a service, present their white or gold card, it's paid for on the spot. That service is still provided, but in this case we're subjecting those transactions from those entities to manual processing, which involves testing and asking to see medical evidence. It involves, in some cases, ringing the veteran to determine if the service has even been provided, and it's not the case that those services have in fact always even been provided. Where that has happened, our key responses, in addition to the ones I've canvassed in terms of engaging with the Fraud Fusion Task Force and the AFP, we are able and have moved to, in effect, refuse to deal with providers in the future, so described as deregistration. We've also made referrals and continue to make referrals to other professional bodies, APRA and others, about misconduct by medical or alleged misconduct by medical providers where we think we have identified it to do so.
Mr Kefford, that's all well and good, but how are veterans being protected? Are they being alerted? Do you have a way of alerting veterans that if you've got shonky operators, how are veterans being told not to deal with them? Because, of course, once they enter into a contract, they're being pursued for thousands of dollars, even if they want to break the contract. And we've heard that evidence today. So what role is DVA playing? And let's get to the regulatory framework in a minute, which is a disaster. But what role is DVA playing to warn veteran consumers about these improper practices and, as you say, in some cases, unlawful practices?
Well, Senator, there's a range of measures that we take, both communicating through ex-service organisations. We're running a direct campaign at the moment through our social media channels around carefully selecting veteran advocates. We've used our hard copy communication with veterans, as well as our regular presentations to forums and through our deputy commissioners in the states to push this message out. In this context, the ex-service organisations are very helpful in communicating that. In addition, Senator, I have personally and with Ms Kavanagh briefed the Defence People Committee. So inside Defence, we're also engaging directly with serving members. I have undertaken several base visits with the Repatriation Commissioner, Mr Fegan, where this is always a topic of conversation. We were only last week or the week before at Randwick Barracks and HMAS Watson in Sydney. We have a regular engagement with the senior enlisted advisor to the ADF and his counterparts, the RSM of the Army and Warrant Officer Air Force and Warrant Officer Navy, where again we're providing information for them to share literally with the troops. And Ms Kavanagh and I both spoke at the most recent Warrant Officers course at the Staff College, again in the last month or so. So we are doing everything we can to publicise this message, in addition to, as you mentioned, other more targeted actions in relation to these providers.
Mr Kefford, respectfully, I would put to you that perhaps you're not doing everything you can. I've just gone onto your website. I've clicked on Access Benefits. What supports can I access? Claims and compensation for illness or injury. I mean, there's no big red flag on your website saying, please beware. This is what you can do. You don't have to go to a for-profit organisation. Here are a range of services. Here are the dangers. There is nothing to suggest on your website even that veterans should be aware of these massive pitfalls which can cost hundreds and millions of dollars.
Sure. Senator, what I might do while we're at the table is ask the colleagues to draw out and perhaps provide so I can table the links to the communications material.
I would ask if you... look, that would be terrific if you do, if that's buried somewhere in your website. I'm just going to the part of the website.
Not questioning what you're saying, Senator. I'm just saying...
But I am really, we are all, but I'm very, very alarmed by the evidence that I've heard today. I mean, this is clearly not the first time. This has been an ongoing, very serious situation. What correspondence and dealings have you had with the minister, the relevant minister, in relation to making recommendations for dramatic change and regulatory overhaul of this system?
Well, Senator, there's been very regular discussion with the Minister and his office about these issues. We have, including both before in the context of the Royal Commission process and the Royal Commission response, so we made submissions to the Royal Commission identifying a number of the matters that have continued to be the focus of our attention, including the work with the Institute. So there has been a long and regular and very frank dialogue on all aspects of this issue with the Minister and his office.
I'm going to ask if you could provide on notice the details of those communications and meetings, when they occurred and where. Have you provided any recommendations to the Minister or any briefs or submissions in relation to enhancing the regulatory framework concerning advocacy services?
Yes, Senator.
Do you have a copy of those recommendations?
We wouldn't normally go into our advice to the government in an inquiry with the Senate, Senator.
If it's construed as being advice to the government, if you've provided or written to the Minister or provided any information, would we please be able to have a copy of that correspondence or those briefs on notice, please?
Well, I will take on notice what we are able to provide, Senator, yes.
And so can you describe the sorts of recommendations you've made to the Minister?
Well, again, in our submission, Senator, we have outlined that, but certainly there have been ongoing discussions about the Institute, both in terms of the basis for it, the justification, and indeed there was close engagement around the time of, there was also a public consultation process on the Institute that was also part of those deliberations, so there's been detailed discussions there. We have, and it's alluded to in our submission to this inquiry, contemplated what legislative options might be entertained, but also conscious that when the Vets Act was passed by the Senate in February, this inquiry was was kind of established at the same time.
So can you elaborate on those legislative solutions in your view?
Well, Senator, I think there's already clear principles in the legislation, and of course the other key factor that assists in this discussion as we get closer to the 1st of July next year is the collapsing of the 3 current legislative bases for our work into the single Act, which again simplifies the system for veterans and families, for advocates, and indeed for us. But there are already provisions in that legislation which speak to the inalienability of veteran entitlements, and I think it comes back to the point that these are not common law damages where they're determined based on the views of a judge in a court. This is a statutory entitlement scheme, and one that, as I was remarking before, any commission that comes out is money that does not need to be paid by the veteran. That's
so, Mr. Kevitt, because there is no law which prevents a for-profit advocacy service from charging whatever they like. It is completely unregulated. So what needs to happen in terms of our legislative framework to fix these gross and shocking rip-offs of veterans?
Senator, you are right to identify that there is not currently any legislative prohibition against commissions-based fees. Partly, I think that reflects the fact that this legislation has been there for some time, and this has grown very quickly over the last 12 months. The number of firms conducting business on this scale has doubled in the last 12 months and now accounts for about 20% of our business.
So have you made a recommendation that commission-based fees be abolished?
Well, Senator, I'm seeking to assist the committee, but it's not normal for us to go into the content of our advice to the Minister in front of the Senate.
However, I appreciate that.
I've made reference to it. I have indicated and agreed with your suggestion that there is not a legislative prohibition on that point at the moment, and that the department is concerned at the practice of charging commissions-based fees. The other area in which we have expressed a concern, and again it's mentioned in our submission, is we are aware that at least some of these entities transact at least some of their business offshore, which raises national security concerns in addition to all of the others that I've mentioned.
Yes, we've heard some evidence along those lines today that is deeply concerning. But we've also heard evidence that in some of these contracts there's just grossly misleading or deceptive statements being made about potential outcomes or the obligations of veterans. So while I say that, while you reference in your submission that while DVA does not assert any of these activities are necessarily illegal, and these are activities referring to the conduct of for services for profit providers, I would put to you that misleading and deceptive conduct is potentially unlawful, and there are many other practices which are potentially unlawful. And while the cowboys are allowed to operate as they see fit, it is the veterans which are paying the price. And we heard some evidence, which you might have heard just before, that some veterans, as a result of how they have been treated, have even committed suicide.
Yes, we heard that evidence, Senator. Sorry, I'm not sure I got the question. What your
and
question was in that context.
So in terms of the scope of the very concerning behaviours,
sure.
What are the other possible legislative solutions to this?
Well, Senator, I think what you're in relation to the statements and so on that are being made, again, I'd probably refer the threshold concern is with the practice at all, perhaps rather than how it's discharged. We are aware, but of course are not party to these contracts, and there have been occasions where veterans have approached us and say, what do I do? I've signed up to one of these things and I'm being charged. There was one recently where there was a break fee of some $2,000. We haven't seen all of these contracts because obviously we're not a party to them. We are aware, though, that same document had a break fee at a subsequent part of the process, which was over $20,000. And I think this is our concern. This is why we make the assertion in our submission and again before the committee that this is not a service that needs to be paid for. DVA is A, statutorily obliged, and B, as we've set out in our opening statement today, wants to assist veterans to engage and access their entitlements for them and their families. If there is a need for support, then our advice, and we've had this advice on our My Service portal for some time, it says, we can again, perhaps the colleagues can confirm while we're speaking, but words to the effect of, you do not need to pay for advice. And it's that blunt on the My Service portal. And at the moment, over half of veterans lodge their own claims. And so we are seeking to take that action. But I think it's difficult for the department without seeing the contracts or being party to them to kind of express a view on the behaviour other than to say we are concerned about that practice, full stop.
Ms Kavanagh, do you want to add some information?
I might just add a couple of practical things that we've done to support veterans and protect them through the process. In addition to that comms campaign, which does have very clear messaging to people around the fact that free service is available, you don't need to pay, and busting some of the myths around advocacy. We have this year done a few things in the process itself. One of those is insisting that for-profit advocates lodge their claims through My Service. Up until April of this year, the practice of commercial advocates, and in particular the commission-based model, was to email their claims to us, demand that they be registered in our system, ask for a client brief by the end of the day, and seek daily updates by email. All of those steps are able to be done through My Service. Government invested in My Service to do exactly that, with the additional benefit that if you're a veteran and your advocate lodges your claim in My Service, the veteran can see what is happening with your claim at every single step of the process. Now, that becomes particularly important when you look at the business model of some advocates.
But that's not compulsory. That's not mandated, is it?
In practice, we have mandated that for all fee-for-service advocates.
So you won't accept a claim?
We will not accept...
Other than through
my
portal?
service.
Yeah.
We will not accept a claim emailed to us from a fee-for-service advocate. We have done that in part to ensure that the veteran can see what's happening for their claim. That's important to break a couple of aspects of that business model. One is the overclaiming that we see. We see claims lodged with very large numbers of conditions, including and up to examples of 100 conditions. That is done so that the advocate can charge DVA for diagnostic and medical testing services. We are aware that in many cases the veteran themselves has not been aware that those conditions were being claimed for. What the advocate then does is withdrawing those conditions after we've paid for testing, but before we get to the decision point. In that way, they were telling the veteran, we got all of your claims accepted, but the veteran had no idea what was being claimed for. That included the fact the veteran often couldn't understand why a claim was taking years to be assessed. Now, if you've got to go and have 30 different medical tests, that does take a really long time. Those tests were unnecessary, so it was leading to both cost to the government, the taxpayer, huge delays to the veteran, and all it was doing was adding to profit to the advocates.
Can I just go back to the core issue? These are very deep and very, very concerning shortfalls in the law. Why has the government not acted?
Senator, the department's been taking a range of actions within our existing legislative framework. The government's response to Royal Commission in December, recommendation 99, which touches on these issues, continues to be worked on. We have taken a range of measures, and so to combat the effect of this, including in anticipation of the committee's hearings. We have changed processes significantly and in ways that have provoked extreme reactions from portions of the sector. The imposition of the authority of the Repatriation Commission to refer for independent medical examinations has been a big part of kind of addressing this behaviour too, because what that allows us to do is when we get a claim along the lines that Ms Kamar's outlined, is refer them for an independent examination so that we're not going through unnecessary testing. So there has been significant action within the current frameworks to deal with this, but I would also emphasise, Senator, the growth in this sector has been very rapid over the last 12 months.
So how many organisations are we talking about servicing how many veterans and how much money is involved? Can you quantify the growth of this sector?
So in the last 12 months, there are about 20 of these firms that account for about 20% of our claims. Now, round figures, last year we did
20% of your claims?
Of total claims.
Of total claims?
Last year...
Are by for-profit organisations?
At the moment, yes. Last year we did 102,000 claims, so it's grown to a significant portion of our business very quickly.
And what's the total value of those claims in general terms?
Look, it would be speculation to try and answer that, Senator. I have it because there's two parts to it. There's the cost of delivering the claims, and then there's actually the benefits.
Yeah, I know it's very hard.
So, I certainly wouldn't want to speculate an answer for you at the table.
But we're talking about tens and tens of millions of dollars.
Indeed.
In excess of 100, 200 million. I mean, I'm just asking for a ballpark.
No,
I'm not
I
asking you to be precise.
Yeah, look, Senator, the total for the outcome under which the benefits are paid last year was of the order of, I think it's around 12 billion. And so I wouldn't want to draw a straight line to the number, but it's a significant sum, Senator, yes. But in that, we need to be careful to also recognise that the benefits, the entitlements that are paid are exactly that, and we've agreed to it.
Appreciate I can't ask for your opinion. I would just, and I don't expect you to comment, but surely if the government cared enough about this issue, it would be acting very quickly to legislate to stop these sorts of cowboys from their conduct. I understand that you've provided recommendations to the minister. When have you commenced or instructed the Commonwealth draftsperson to be drafting legislation in relation to these matters?
Senator, I will need to take on notice what I can give without going inside the government's decision-making processes.
It is appropriate for you to answer that question, though.
Senator, it's difficult for me to answer a question that goes to the government's decision-making processes, particularly at a meeting where I don't have a minister at the table.
I appreciate that. Well, if you could please take that on notice. I get a sense that there is a fair amount of frustration within DVA about this. Can I also commend you, because obviously there was about nearly $500 million provided by the government to fast-track the processing of claims, but we really appreciate the fact that DVA has said that this has led to some perverse outcomes, because unless we fully understand what the situation is, we can't make appropriate recommendations as to how to fix it in the best interests of veterans. So I do want to commend you for that.
Senator,
I have got more questions, but I'm keen to share the call around. So did you just want to add anything, Mr Kevin or Ms Kavanagh?
Just to add that DVA is using the current legislation that we have to take action against this behaviour.
No, I understand. That's why I'm being very critical of the government, that we haven't seen any action from the government in terms of progressing changes to the law to better protect veterans from these rip-offs, from these cowboys. So I do understand that. Can I just put and I do need to go to Senator Ghosh, one of the concerns raised and is continued to be raised by so many in the veterans community is navigating the claims process through DVA is nightmarish. And that is why so many veterans do ask and seek help, because it is so complex. We heard today it was more complex than navigating taxation law in this country. Now, taxation law is incredibly complex, but we heard from one witness this is more complex. So what is being done to simplify the processes? Can you summarise how you are changing things to make seeking compensation for injury or illness for veterans better into the future?
Well, certainly, Senator, the principal answer to that question is the legislation harmonisation process that commences, at least in that respect, on the 1st of July, because a system that has 3 acts applying, depending on the circumstances, to the same individual is complex. That was, obviously the Royal Commission identified that in its interim report. But we're not waiting for that. We have, as part of the increased staffing to which you've just referred, we have increased the number of our people who are sitting alongside veterans and advocates to assist them navigate the process through the Claims Lodgement Assistance Program that we've spoken about in estimates and other contexts. There has been investment in the system in my service and other parts of our business to make it easier to navigate. We have been through a process of simplifying the medical forms to make it easier for doctors to engage with our system. But fundamentally, Senator, a compensation and support framework based off a single act is the biggest single answer to that question.
Thanks, Mr Kevin. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Might I just pick up where we left off there? Are you able to give us a brief outline of some of the changes that the new Vets Act will bring into place and how they'll potentially assist with some of the issues that have been raised by witnesses and senators today?
No, thank you, Senator. And look, beyond the obvious but worth restating point of running a single system is easier for everybody. Of our oldest cases, most of them, we did 6,500 cases last year that were over 800 days old. Most of them are TRIACT. And trying, in terms of training, support, guidance, yes, complexity for people seeking to navigate it, trying to work out which of the three acts applied into the same circumstances. Of course, that's hard. The single biggest piece is that. There are also some legislative provisions within the Vets Act, and obviously in the MERCA once that commences, that will also further streamline the claims process. So the two that I would particularly draw out in that context are the presumptive conditions and presumptive decision making that is empowered by those elements of the amendments, which in effect means in our decision making we take causation out of it. So essentially a presumptive condition under the new Act will essentially involve proof of service and diagnosis and won't go into discussions around causation, which will A, be simpler to navigate and B, quicker for us. The other key one in that context is another provision in the Vets Act that creates a temporal connection to liability and duty, so which is reasonably clear in, broken arm, for example, that someone was either on duty or they weren't, but for things like heart attack and stroke, under the new Act, if that occurs while someone is on duty, it will be deemed to be service-related. And so that, again, will be simpler to navigate, but also streamline the claims decision-making process. There are other elements that sit underneath it in terms of single review pathways and so on. That's also relevant to the overall structure of the system. But the key step, and as we roll out the training materials both for advocates under the ATDP, but also publicly, we're emphasising both that simplification that is inherent in the Act, but also the need to turn it around. That advice does not need to be paid for to engage in that system.
There was some evidence given earlier, I'm not sure if you were here when it was given, but it related to issues of backlog of claims. Yep. Are you able to outline some of the work that the department's done to deal with that backlog of claims?
And Senator, can I suggest that there needs to be a degree of precision around backlog? The interim Royal Commission report identified a backlog of cases, some 42,000. And by backlog in that context, that meant not looked at. All bar a handful of those cases have been finally determined. And so we need to, there are inevitably, as there are in our counterpart agencies in the Commonwealth, we have a number of claims on hand at the moment. Mrs Kavanagh have the real number, but it's of the order of 85,000 cases on hand. That number has been relatively stable over the last couple of years, despite the fact that last year we made a record number of determinations. So we did just over 102,000 determinations last year. That was a record number, up on the record the year before by about 2%. What sits in that number, though, which again is evidence of the behaviour that we were canvassing earlier, the number of claims last year was up 13% on the year before. The number of conditions sitting in those claims was up by about 20% on the year before. So it's not just the claims number that tells the story. To put that in context, we made 243,000 condition decisions last year. In 21-22, before that additional resourcing, it was just under 95,000. So when we say we've basically doubled our processing capacity, we've basically doubled our processing capacity and some, and it would be remiss of me to not recognise the extraordinary work that my delegates and staff do to do that in the face of not just the growing demand that we've seen, but also the behaviour of individuals towards them.
Appreciating that and also passing on appreciation to the work of the people in the department who do those vital assessments and make those decisions. There's something counterintuitive in my mind between the idea that the backlog is being cleared in the way that you've described, and the demand for these services, on the other hand, is going up. Are you able to address that or shed some light on that?
And I think that does draw into sharp relief the extraordinary work that the teams do around the country, because that's where they are every day. The key explanation for that, Senator, is the pile is about the same size as it was when we had cleared the unallocated claims backlog, but it's much, much younger. And so what we're seeing is we're getting faster at processing claims, and we can, and we regularly provide data on the website about this. So for claims lodged in the last 12 months for the Mercer-IL, which is the most common claim, the average was about 111 days. So we're getting closer to the 90-day target that's in the Veterans Recognition Act. There's more work to do, and we always recognise that clearing the backlog was only part one. It wasn't the end of the conversation. But there is, if you look at the population pyramid, is not the right phrase, but if you look at the pyramid that stacks the age of the claims, what you see is the claims are getting younger and younger, which is as it should be, notwithstanding that there's about the same size of them. So, as I said, we made particular effort on the very oldest claims, and we are working at both ends of the pile. So essentially the explanation, Senator, is yes, there's more coming in, yes, the additional staff, and I think the other thing that is making a big difference in assisting us to do this is if you look at the staff profile now in Ms Kavanagh's division, they're almost exclusively public servants. And so we've gone from a high number of labour hire and churn to around 85% ongoing APS staff, and then the balance almost exclusively being non-ongoing APS staff, because you'd expect that there's still ebbs and flows, mostly flows at the moment in terms of demand. But that also means we are able to invest more in them and receive greater return on investment in terms of productivity and support to them and decision-making capacity that we are genuinely seeing in the fact that despite the fact that demand continues to grow, the caseload is getting smaller, the caseload is getting younger, and the pile is not growing in proportion to the still continuing growth in claims and conditions.
I'd like to unpack the cohort or the category of claims that is in that 20% that are filed by advocacy service, fee for advocate services or commission-based services. Now, there have been several observations made about the number of claims that, the number of injuries or issues within each of those claims made being potentially higher. If I understood your observation earlier, Ms Kavanagh, that there's a practice in essence of putting in a large log of claims and then amending to improve the strike rate, as it were, in terms of success, even though it creates a problem for the department and potentially is misleading the client veteran at the other end. Are you able to provide any further insight into, because you've obviously identified them as a cohort, the quality of those claims, the nature of the material that's provided to the department, and any other issues or challenges that that cohort particularly throws up?
Yeah, Senator, I'll start and I'll defer to Ms Kavanagh. One of the things that sits in this conversation too is we're obliged to investigate, and it's absolutely proper that we do. That if someone comes to us and says, I am in one of the services, I used to be in one of the services and I have an injury, going right back to the original foundations of the Repatriation Commission, we have an obligation to assist. And so that's the basis on which we approach it. But perhaps Ms Kavanagh wants to go through some of the more detail about the claims process.
Yeah. So, Senator, I think when it goes to the quality of the claims, what we see is claims being lodged that serve the interests of the advocate. They don't support the process. They don't support the veteran to go through the process in a fast or meaningful way for them. Typically, the business model relies on the advocate messaging very strongly that they and only they can fight this battle with DVA because DVA is litigious, DVA wants to say no. The statistics don't bear that out. We have a beneficial piece of legislation where approximately 80% of claims get a positive outcome without any assistance.
So to put that bluntly, they're misleading their clients in effect about the nature of the process.
Correct. Secondly, the quality of the medical testing and the diagnostics that we receive with these claims is generally of a very poor quality. So the business model is is one where there is a relationship between an advocate and clinical staff, and sometimes as well diagnostic service, for example, for MRI testing. What we see upon lodgement is diagnoses that are purposely vague, unclear, broad. They do nothing to help us progress the claim. If we take one of those to our medical advisor, they cannot, with their medical expertise, help us to get that claim any further forward, because the advice given by their medical advisor is simply not up to scratch.
So just to understand that as well, that means in effect that the veterans are worse off for having gone to an advocate in terms of having their claims processed?
In terms of the timeliness of the time it takes for us to unpick that and get them to a final outcome, yes, they are worse off in timeliness. A good example from recently, and of course, DVA's timeliness is something we are deeply invested in getting down to that 90 days in the Veterans Recognition Act. It's something that any veteran with a claim, of course, is tracking how long their claim takes. We know that there are still some claims that are taking too long, and we are doing all we can to speed up the process. But we also know that in terms of the business model of fee-for-service advocates, if in our process, we have started, in an effort to get down to that 90 days, a few months ago we started writing back to veterans or their advocates the day after we received a claim and telling them what more we needed to progress their claim. What we saw from fee-for-service advocates was a response to us, written in fairly aggressive terms, telling us not to bother them for at least 6 months, because that was how long it would take them to get their diagnosis in order. A general GP appointment for a diagnosis, if you are treating a person, typically 2 to 3 months would be still too long if you're the individual, but possible. The independent process that we put a veteran through where we see that happening to help them to get their claim processed more quickly is turned around in 29 days. So, yeah, that's probably the best example I have of poor quality. We also see behaviour that is very concerning to me in regard to our staff, wherein I guess the expertise, if you like, that the advocate brings to their caseload is less about understanding the legislation or trying to get to the right outcome under the legislation, and it's more about aggression and coercion. So the level of aggression in the system at the moment, I would say, is at an all-time high. Harassment, abusive language, continuous bombardment of emails and phone calls, sadly is not uncommon. In the worst category, it is threats that the advocate will ensure that the staff member loses their job if they don't do what the advocate says. More concerningly, it's repetitive threats that if the staff member does not do what the advocate says, that either the veteran or indeed the advocate themselves will self-harm. It is highly coercive, aggressive, destructive behaviour, and that is the business model that some advocates are relying on to get a claim through the system. It is not needed, it's not helpful, all of those practices I've just described harm the broader veteran community, the vast majority of whom, and they and their advocates, do the right thing and just want an outcome quickly.
And Senator, if I may, before you ask the next question, there's 2 pieces of correspondence that I'm happy to table that we've sent to advocates addressing the matters Ms Kavanagh just raised. The other concern with the, in terms of the quality, is the other concern with the quality is beyond the need and this is recognised in the APRA professional regulations about disclosing pecuniary connections and so on. Beyond the financial implication of that, there's actually a really important clinical governance component. The reason why those rules exist about disclosing related entities, and the department has, the commissions and the department have updated our provider notes in this respect only recently, to reinforce the APRA obligations. The reason why that exists is because the point of being referred for a independent or specialist opinion is that specialist opinion is in the interest of the doctor, is in the interest of the patient rather than of the doctor. And so it's not just a financial concern in the quality of these interrelated entities, especially if it's undisclosed.
Just 2 more minutes, Senator Ghosh.
In terms of that, again, that cohort, are you seeing repeat offenders in terms of advocacy organisations or businesses? And then the second is, what are the consequences for poor behaviour by advocates from a departmental perspective and then more broadly?
So, Senator, we do have, beyond the legal measures that we were talking about before, the department does have a mutually respectful behaviours policy that applies to clients and has been both extended and reinforced recently in relation to third parties, including advocates. Essentially, again, recognising that at the end of the day, the veteran holds an entitlement, and we want to provide assistance. It's not a matter of saying we won't talk to you, but it does allow us to contain communications to particular channels. There have been occasions where we have, unfortunately, needed to, following police action, assist veterans to find a new advocate because it was not possible to deal with a particular individual in that circumstance, full stop. And we have done so. But can I say that's also from our perspectives, one of the real benefits of having a professional body exercising professional supervision over the conduct of advocates with a proper code of conduct, with proper, not only proper training, but also proper fit and proper person checks as part of the membership, because at the moment that's not a feature of the system.
Senator Ghosh, thank you very much. Just a quick one over to Senator Collins before we move to Senator McLaughlin. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I was just wondering if I could ask some questions on notice, and referring back to the questions asked before about the compensation lump sums that are being paid out, because we have heard evidence today about how there is, let's call it coercive behaviour as well, in terms of encouraging veterans to choose the lump sum payment over the weekly payment so that they can get paid for their services. So it would help us to understand over the past 3 years annually how much has been paid out in those compensation lump sums, how much is going towards the weekly payout, or how many people are opting for the weekly payout out of the total veterans that have been approved, and then also that part payment as well. If you can disaggregate the data a little further, of the compensation lump sums, how much is going to the paid services and to the free services, or actually just going to advocates? And then, that's it. So that's the disaggregation, just so we can understand, because we've heard that, it's doubled in the past year, the fee for service, we've heard that 20% of it is going to fee for service at the moment, but if we can understand what that 20% is, bigger picture, it would really help us.
Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice. It will be difficult though, because we don't know at an individual level what contracts and what commissions are being charged, how
that's
much
okay.
actually gone. We can say what's in this field.
That's right.
You know, the highest commission we've heard is 29%. That's an outlier, but that's the highest one we've heard.
Which is an outrage, complete outrage.
You know, and when you consider that that's being applied, you know, to the statutory benefits, to the eligible young person payment, which is intended to provide educational assistance for the cost of raising children for either where the veteran is deceased or where they've reached total and permanent incapacity. So we will see what we can do to answer that question as you've asked it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Collins. Senator McLaughlin.
I have some questions for Mr. Von Berg. Hear me? I think you're on mute, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, I'm okay now.
Now, I see that you've been given the task of organising or leading all these advocates, and I'm interested. Have you sort of set out an org structure or a resourcing needs going forward? Not just now, because I appreciate you've just started up, but going to the future, what it might look like.
Yes, we've been accepted by ACNC as a charity. I'm currently in the midst of negotiating a GDR status from the ATO. And to be a sustainable model moving forward, the membership fees that we are charging, which are, I think, fair and reasonable, would not be enough to sustain us moving forward. So it would either be some support from government or support from philanthropic organisations, and in particular I would target the defence industry.
We've heard some troubling evidence today about the behaviours of advocates. So am I right to understand that if there was a breach of a code of conduct or whatever ethical requirements that you are demanding, you'll have an investigative function?
Absolutely. We have tabled, well, I haven't tabled, but we have a complaints handling process. We have a code of conduct, both of which have been checked by legal counsel. And we believe that we've got a pretty good system in place to, if you like, in the initial stage to counsel somebody that's not playing the game. And if they persist, they would be suspended. And with that suspension, I think they would lose a lot of credibility with the department.
And is that document public on your webpage? Forgive me if you're not checking.
Yes, at this point in time, we're not live.
Right.
We will be live by the end of October. We will have everything uploaded, our constitution, our bylaws, a code of conduct, our complaints handling process and our board charter.
If any of those documents have been finalised, because I appreciate it's an iterative process, but if your code of conduct and any key documents have been finalised, then I'd ask for them, since this inquiry may not
no problem.
Be continuing. Yeah, but I appreciate if they're in draft, I don't think that's of great assistance because you'll still be landing on your decision. But if there's those that you're confident will be used going forward, well then I'd appreciate them. It is quite a role. Effectively, you're, from my perspective, building a form of a law society, a traditional law society, or a professional conduct body. And so I'm very familiar with that practicing model. What is your have you had any indicative demand, as in what's your anticipation for take-up for membership? Any projections?
Senator, the overall support from the ex-service organisation community has been overwhelming. And also from individual advocates who are if you like, sponsored by an appropriate ESO. The ESOs have been totally supportive, as have the advocates. So in terms of membership, I don't see a problem.
I'm going to leave you with a slightly philosophical question, which I'm sure you can handle. When I look at the arrangements, and as you're aware, I'm a veteran myself and familiar with the environment, do you have any view why veterans have, which are well trained generally, have trouble with choosing a service provider? Because, you know, much of this inquiry is really around a veteran, assisting veterans. We have a department that wants to give the entitlements away, actually bound by legislation to give to assist a veteran. We have RSLs, we have Legacy, we have lots of organisations that have the care of the veteran as their primary intent. Yet we still have, you know, obviously a rather large segment of veterans that are unable to choose a reputable service provider. Maybe that's just life, but if there's an insight I'm missing, I'd appreciate it.
I think COVID, I won't blame COVID, but COVID, I think, established a bit of a gap. During that, I was on the Strategic Governance Board of the Advocacy Training and Development Program, and over that 2-year period, we were very restricted on what we could and couldn't do. And certainly the face-to-face training just fell away completely. Over that period, I think some of these entrepreneurs, if I can call them that, they, if you like, either sought or found or established a niche in the market. And of course, they're quite aggressive in their advertising as well, and making all sorts of promises which they really can't keep. And I think in terms of veterans and people that are serving, I think they've been sucked in, if I can use that term, where promises made where we do it better and quicker and you get more money. And I think it's the, if you like, the greed element or the time element, which has basically attracted people to these fee-for-service providers.
Thank you for that. It did prompt me to think that the department's efforts in the transition arrangements out of service will likely be even more important going forward. But thank you for your evidence.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator McLaughlin, thank you. I've just got some further questions before we finish up, hopefully on time. Can I ask, Mr Kefford, have you considered what might be an acceptable financial model in relation to for-profit advocacy organisations?
Senator, I think, as we've said in our submission, we recognise that there will be a proportion of the veteran community and their families that choose to seek advice and choose to seek advice for which they are prepared to pay. I think the key part of that would be, first of all, that they do so in the knowledge that that they don't have to, and that there are other services available, which goes to the work that Mr Vollenberg was just describing. And then I think there is, as is the case with the reputable law firms that have been, engaging with the department and continue to do so, where there is a published fee schedule, where there's professional supervision, and where people know and understand what that transaction will look like as it plays out. But also, Senator, where, coming back to Senator Collins's questions, where the incentives are about veteran wellbeing and outcome rather than potential, perverse outcomes from pursuing early election of lump sums, leaving aside the potentially fraudulent matters that we've canvassed already this afternoon.
So have you considered what an appropriate or alternate financial model?
Not beyond the kind of system design principles that I was outlining, Senator.
And so in terms of your discussions or recommendations to the Minister, which may or may not include recommendations to draft legislation, as part of that, have you considered an improved financial model?
Well, as we've done in our submission, Senator, we have recognised and emphasised that where professionals who are subject to other supervision have a published fee schedule and choose to engage in providing support to veterans, then that addresses our concerns about fee-for-service advocacy.
I want to refer to one of the submissions from an employee of DVA, a confidential, that the person's name has been withheld. It's been published, but the person has not been identified. This person says there's no legislative basis for the for-profit model. It is occurring due to lack of legislation and regulation. Would you agree with that?
Well, Senator, we've already given evidence this afternoon that there is not legislation prohibiting it, nor is there legislation specifically authorising it.
Well, you don't need legislation to authorise something if it's not prohibited. Mr. Kefford, you should know that.
Well, no, I will not contest that principle, Senator. I suppose what I'm saying is I'll come to the answer I gave before, Senator. Our concern is not that people choose to pay for advice when they engage with us. People engage law firms to engage with the government regularly. So long as they are doing that in an informed way, A, that they know that they don't need to, and B, that they're not doing it under a scheme where over a quarter of their statutory entitlement gets eaten up in a commission. Our concern is to ensure that people are making informed decisions. It is not to say that there are not circumstances where people rightly choose to seek support for which they are paying.
Well, if there was a minister at the table, which there will be in estimates, I would be saying very strongly that the government has sat on its hands on this really important issue and failed to protect veterans. And I do want to point out in this same submission from a DVA employee, this person says, our veterans and their families have sacrificed in the service of their nation. Veterans deserve to keep all of their compensation from DVA. The government must do better. Veterans deserve better. So when will this government do better? Mr. Kefford, can you give us any information in relation to when and if the government will act?
Senator, that's a question that needs to be properly addressed to the Minister. We've outlined this afternoon the extensive activities the department has undertaken, and there are others that we've not canvassed that I can mention briefly, recognising the time in relation to establishment of new teams engaging with this, maximising the powers that we have to make meaningful inroads into dealing with this issue. But as I say, the thrust of your question is one which it's not appropriate for me to answer.
Do you have any powers to ban an advocacy organisation?
No. Only to limit, and in the case that I described, for us to not engage with them. But the observation that this is currently an unregulated part of the business is correct.
Do you have any powers to prohibit a for-profit advocacy organisation submitting recommendations or reports to DVA?
No, Senator. Indeed, regardless of how we receive a claim, we are under a statutory obligation to engage with it and process it.
Do you have any powers to formally alert veterans that they should not engage with a particular organisation?
I'm not sure we need formal authority to do that, and we have done and have included in the updated provider notes that I was mentioning before, explicitly saying to veterans and indeed to providers that where we do reach a view that we refuse to deal with someone on the basis of irregular or indeed criminal behaviour, then we will communicate that fact. We don't need further authority to do that, and we have done it.
Are you able to provide on notice a copy of the organisations with which you will no longer deal?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, yes.
And if you could also provide the latest information that you have issued. I know you indicate you would provide some links, but any other information that you've provided to veterans and veteran organisations about alerts or alarm bells that you have raised in relation to organisations. Do you have any powers to review contracts of service from these organisations?
No, Senator, because we're not a party to the contract. We can share information and publicise. I would note there are...
but you could, you could potentially still have the powers to review an agreement, but you don't have to be a party to the contract if there was a legislative basis to oversight or oversee certain agreements.
You're asking me to answer a hypothetical, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, I'm just asking if you have any powers in that respect.
No, on the basis that we're not a party, and as we've indicated in our submission and this afternoon, a preference for not engaging with this at all, this practice at all, rather than seeking to regulate how it's done.
Thank you. Ms Wilson, I'm sorry, we've only got a few minutes left, but I wanted to ask your views in relation to the matters that have been raised and the inquiry of this committee. Could you please reflect on any concerns that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think first I'd like to thank yourself and the other senators for your lines of questioning and the commentary that you've provided today, because it shows me that you really care about this community, and that's the community that I'm here to represent. Look, I won't say too much, only that I agree with the concerns in terms of family members particularly having to siphon off things, money that they're eligible for and that they're entitled to after they've sacrificed so much. And, Mr Kev had mentioned about the eligible young person's payment. That's something that really deeply concerns me when it's things like that. But I won't sort of go into it too much. I think that what's been said today has been really fantastic. So thank you very much.
And what's your view about the action that's required, including regulatory and legislative response to these massive issues that veterans are facing currently?
I would echo the comments that the department has been doing quite a lot. It's not technically sort of my field of expertise in terms of understanding what sort of ministerial action should be required, but I think, this is something that is deeply concerning, and I think that veterans and families need to know what they're in for, I guess. And, I think the department's doing all they can, and so is the other commissioner and myself.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much. There are no further questions. I want to thank all witnesses for appearing today. The committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice could be provided by 5 o'clock on Tuesday, the 7th of October. This concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who have appeared, to Hansard and to Broadcasting, and to the committee secretariat and to senators, of course. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.